Au whakatakata hau ki te uru whakatakata hau ki te tonga ki a mākina ki uta ki a mātaratara ki tae hea ki ana te atakura he teo he hoka he hauhu ati hei mauri ora. A te mihi tuatahi, mihi ki nā atua kaharawa, a homai o kaha, homai o arawa ki a mātou tēnei wā i nā wā katoa hoki. A ka huri au taka whakaaro, a ki nā tini aitua, a kua wehe atu ki te pō, a e nā mate o ia marae, o ia takiwā, o ia motu. Ai, ka huri ki te pā o nai te raki whakaputa, nā te whiki, te whānau pōhio, te rangatira, e moi mai rā, moi mai rā, moi mai rā. Ka huri au hoki ki te kāinga o kati hui rapa ki Puketeraki, ki te whānau o Parata, ai nei te mihi aroha kia rātou, te wehenga o tō rangatira, rātou kia rātou, a tātou kia tātou. E nā hoa, nā rangatira, nā kaimahi, nā kai kaunihira, nā memo te hāpori e mā taki nei, tēnei te mihi kia koutou, nau mai, hara mai ki tēnei hui o tātou. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora koutou. Just opening our meeting. It's the 599th, so next one will be 600. Whoa, cool. We have to have a cake or something. But thank you. We've got a quorum present, and we've just got a few other things we're going to acknowledge right at the start here. We've got Councillor Swiggs and Councillor Sunkel, and then I'll come to Councillor Korako. So, Councillor Swiggs.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate and honour Diana Shand, a former regional councillor at this regional council, for her King's Birthday Honours in the 2025 King's Birthday Honours, and becoming a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit. In the 1980s, Diana was a Human Rights Commissioner, then was a regional councillor, and has done a whole heap of stuff in around the environmental sustainability stuff, and she still does an amazing amount of work for our city and for our region. So I thought it was very appropriate to honour her for that award and that recognition, and I think that was really good. And one other thing I just wanted to recognise was last night at the primary New Zealand Primary Industry Awards, Chris Allen, who was a great guy around the region, a lot of people knew, he was honoured posthumously as the winner of the Rural Hero of the Year Awards, and I think that was very fitting for the region to have that recognised nationally as well. So some really cool stuff and good people in our region doing great things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would equally like to recognise Dame Alison Stewart, who most recently is or has been or about to retire as the Chief Executive of the Foundation for Arable Research. And I guess the long list of achievements she has had over a lifetime within, biology, plant pathology, the work that she's done, the development of security deals, of pathology, of the innovation that she's brought is absolutely magnificent. So she is really excited to be honoured, because plant science people don't get damehoods very often. No, it's not one of those things. And the recognition of what the arable industry is, the recognition of Lincoln University, where she was the first female professor appointed at the university and is now emeritus professor. So I won't go into great length, but I think it's just really important that we as a community acknowledge someone sitting in our community that has done so much for the rural communities and particularly the arable industries. Thank you.
E mihi atu o te tepu o Karakia tira o te kaunihira taiu o Waitaha. Anō reira, ko matariki te whetūraki tia o te pōnei o te oranga o te maumahara o te titiro whakamua. Manawa tia o matariki. Nō reira, e mihi atu kia koe e te E haere atu rā mo tō whānau whanaunga o kaitahu kātu māmo i Waitaha, mo tō whanaunga o Rēkohu Wharekauri o Ngāti Mutunga. O reira, ka maumahara mo tō Michael Taitua Pohio. Whānau o Pohio, no whānau Black o Ngāti Mutunga Wharekauri, mo tō whānau Pohio, mo tō aroha mai, mo tō Pohio o kaitahu kātu māmoe Waitaha Hāmo Raki Amo. Nō reira e haere atu rā. Mo tō whanaunga o kātu huirapa me Pukutaraki o te tai o Ārai Te Uru, nō reira Richard Parata. E te kōrua e haere atu rā ki te pāta whakawairua e takoto. Takoto i rangi Māori i rungi tō waka, hoi atu tō waka ko tō tārai haere e haere atu rā. O reira e moi mai. Āpiti hono tātai hono, rātou ki te honga mate ki a rātou, āpiti hono tātai hono tātou, ki te honga ora ki a tātou. Just to acknowledge, and particularly this time of Matariki, is that we also remember passed on into the long night who have crossed the veil over the previous year, and particularly those two who have passed on the eve of Matariki. One is Michael Taitua Pohio, and Michael actually was Ngaitahu Kāti Māmoe Waitaha, also Ngāti Mutunga. His father, Uncle Jim Pohio, and his mother was Auntie Thelma Black Mutunga from Rēkohu. Look, Michael's father was Uncle Jim Pohio, who was instrumental in developing and settling the Ngaitahu seafood settlement claim, the fisheries claim. He was also a RAF fighter pilot. He was a very intelligent man, and so he gave a lot. So his son, he passed on a number of those values to Michael. And anyway, Michael has passed away, the youngest brother of James Irai Pohio and Karen Ruth, actually, who lives in Seattle. I also want to acknowledge Richard Parata from Pukutaraki. We know Richard. He was outspoken, a military man, but always had the heart of the iwi at the forefront of whatever he did. So I'm just acknowledging those two on the eve of Matariki. Kia ora. Mihi.
Kia ora. Yeah, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a note, I wonder if the out in consultations chap came up to me and he was absolutely delighted that we had recognised his honour just in a simple letter. So if we could do that, and maybe others that are significant, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, John. I don't think we need to move it, but we can definitely do that. We have done some already.
Consistently do so, we will.
But we'll pick those up that have been mentioned today. So just thank you, Dion and John and Nook, for those acknowledgements. Both of those people that have done amazing work here, and to those that have passed away recently as well. And yet, thanks, Nook, also for acknowledging Matariki and Māpuanga Hoki. And I know for members of our public that enjoyed all of us enjoyed a day on Friday. And yes, to remember those that have passed away in the last year is definitely part of it, as well as looking forward to the future and your aspirations going forward. So thanks for acknowledging that. And people might have learnt there's other star constellations, not just Matariki. So Puanga is sort of joining the national lexicon now too, which is really good. And that's the star Rigel, if you didn't know, in the sky. And the reason that there's differences is because not everyone can see Matariki at a certain time of the year. Might be because there's a mountain range in the way or whatever. So Puanga rises in a slightly different place, but at the same time of the year. So yeah, just good to learn about those differences, and it was great to watch the national ceremony last Friday as well to understand a little bit more about Puanga or Puaka. as well as Matariki. So kia ora, everybody. And I just wanted to note, yeah, Genevieve?
I just wanted to acknowledge another passing, if that's okay. I want to acknowledge the passing of Dr. Phil Silver, OBE. He was the founding director of the Dunedin Multidisciplinary Health and Development Study. He was a psychologist, educator and researcher, particularly in the field of child and adolescent health. He did some groundbreaking research on lead content in fuels and things like that, which led to the outcomes of lead removal from petrol and the likes. So in 1972, he managed to convince parents of 1,037 children into being part of a study. And so I probably sound conflicted, but I am actually one of those study members still to this day. So there's still more than 1,020 people as part of that study at my age. So but anyway, his funeral was last week, and I just thought I'd acknowledge it here. Thank you.
Thanks, Genevieve. Kia ora for that. Just on our meeting today, there is a few changes of order of business. And so 8.5 is about elections 2025. There's a communications policy that we're looking to adopt, and we have an external speaker. So we'll do that at 1 o'clock because the externals booked that time with us. So we'll bring 8.5 forward if we haven't got there already. And then after that, we'll be doing 8.4, which is on our Whakaora Healthy Harbour grant, because another external person's coming in on that one. And then we'll be moving back to whatever item we're at before lunch, which could be 8.1, 8.2 or 8.3. But we'll see how we go when we get there. So just to acknowledge that. And lastly, just wanted to, before we get into our meeting proper, and thanks for everyone's patience, I know there's been a lot of discussion in the media over the last, especially last week and the last couple of days, about scrapping regional councils. And I just want to address that for our councillors, for our staff and for our community that may be watching. And of course, people are maybe questioning the role we play. I don't think the conversation, the way it's happening, is very helpful and is the most constructive. But it is a conversation that we should be having. And at this council, we have been having it. And if people have been watching along our council meetings, our briefings, you'll know that we've been having a number of workshops. We've released our position statements because we knew that this has been discussed. And actually, it's not the first time it's been discussed. I think the role of regional councils was discussed maybe in the mid-2000s. So it comes up from time to time. And the other thing is we've got a further workshop planned, and we said this at the time when we did our position statements, looking particularly at the structure of local government, and that's coming up in early July. So that's a next step for us to have a really good conversation and a constructive conversation around this table about what that looks like. Those conversations have also been raised by us and other councils at the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, as well as at Te Uru Kahika, which is our regional sector group for the nation. And so those conversations are live, and like I said, they're conversations that we should be having. We have all agreed through our position statement that the current structure and funding of local government service delivery is unsustainable. We've raised it a number of times, and we're keen to be part of that conversation and create models going forward about how that could be best done. But it's not really simple, and it's not just about scrapping regional government altogether or folding those functions into TAs and creating unitaries. That may not work everywhere. It may work some places, but I don't believe that it could work in Canterbury that well. But they're the conversations that this council will have coming forward with our workshop. But as a regional government, it's our job to strike a really fine balance between managing our environment, protecting our environment, managing natural resource use, economic prosperity, and of course our treaty partnership. That's the lot that this council has to do, and regional councils across the country have to do. That's not an easy job, and it doesn't always make us popular. Like I said when I became chair, we do lots of great things, but yes, we are the regulator, and sometimes we say no to people, and that doesn't make us popular. So regardless of the changes that the government, central government want to make, we just need to keep delivering our work that we've got to do right now, but as well as be in a good position to constructively discuss this as we go forward. Now, in item 9.3, which is my chair's report, that this is in that paper, so we can bring that up later. I'm happy to have a discussion on that with our councillors at that time. But just wanted to note that just for our where we're at in terms of the process for us, and noting that we do have our work coming forward in terms of that workshop coming up soon. So happy to move to our apologies now. I think we're all here. We've got Councillor Cranwell and Councillor Diche online, and I know that there's a bit of illness going around, so understand that. And Councillor East, it's good to see you here. So everyone's in the room. So we've got everyone here, so no apologies today. Are there any conflicts of interest to any items on today's agenda that people want to raise now? If not, that can happen at the time of particular papers. In terms of public forums, deputations, we do have one. And we've got David Butler, who's coming to present to us. So I'm happy to ask David to come to the table now. Kia ora, David. Yep, come to the table. And basically we have 10 minutes for a public forum presentation. That includes the some time for questions. So depending on how long you want to speak for, and if you want some questions, then maybe leave some time for that within that 10 minutes. But thank you, David, and I'll hand over to you. And just push the button when you're ready to speak. So kia ora. There's one of the buttons in front of you when you... Oh, David, just push the button. No. Push the button when you're ready to speak. Kapai. Thank you. There you go, David.
Is that better?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. To the Chair, CEO, councillors and all the public, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to address you. My presentation is very condensed to allow time for questions and clarification. I want to firstly highlight why we're not making any real progress on nitrate and water quality correction for the last 20 years in intensive dairying regions. We're not facing up to reality research at all. On a dairy farm, 90% of the nitrate originates from the cow herself. She is a very, very environmentally unfriendly animal for a long, long way. Research indicates the dairy cow eats 140 square metres of grass a day and keeps half the nitrate for herself. She deposits the other half of the nitrate in her urine on only 3 square metres. That urine is very nitrate concentrated, by 23 times more than the grass that she just ate for that day. This is the real problem. If the cow could have a big permanent fan under her tail to spread her urine, we would largely have solved the nitrate contamination issue in our environment. These urine patches are 5 times the strength of the capped 190 kgs of bagged nitrogen allowed, and equivalent to approximately 1,000 kgs of nitrogen per hectare. This is reality research that top body environmental governance has been totally ignoring for many years. The top body also promotes that most of our nitrates are caused by bag applications and that nitrate levels in the environment do not move much, which is not true. The whole country has been misled and flawed protocol from the top body who themselves do not know what to do. This is obvious with no improvement in nitrate or water quality correction for the last 20 years. The top body have not only misled the government and the environment guardians, but citizens and all our dairy industry as well. I really feel for the dairy industry. They now have got to face up to reality research and stop sheltering behind ideology. Why? Because the flawed protocol governance from the environmental top body for the last 20 years. This is shocking and shows that the environmental representative system is completely broken. The top body imply all nitrate levels do not readily move, which is not true. The surface-connected water body and the main water body in dairying districts, which is directly contaminated with nitrates and which do move dramatically seasonally, and this is very easy to verify with water tests. Nitrate pollution is much worse in the wintertime. I live in one of the best dairying districts and nitrate levels of 2.1 at the end of winter, and at the end of the summer we record 0.61. This is a 300% movement in 6 months. In Karakia, the worst dairying district, nitrate levels at the end of winter exceed 11.3, which is also the New Zealand and World Health Organization standard as well. At the end of the summer, those tests are approximately 8. This is a 40% movement in 6 months in the worst polluted district in New Zealand. All these results repeat themselves in dairying districts because of the same nitrate pressure from the dairy industry at the same time of the year. Now you can see that nitrates do move in our surface connected water quite dramatically, and please note that surface body water will transfer nitrates to water reserves, which will probably not move much. The nitrates have got to go somewhere, and they will be compounding, particularly in water reserves. These figures demonstrate the reality that nitrate levels do shift frequently and seasonally in predominantly dairying districts. It also demonstrates how much the dairy industry urine patches are a major influence for this issue. Applying common sense with reality research makes it relatively easy to understand how the environment is nitrate polluted and what we need to do for correction. Unfortunately, there's not much common sense in the right places. The top body has no understanding of the reality involved and have delivered flawed protocol to the whole of New Zealand. When a horse bolts from his stables, there's no sense shutting the door. He's gone. Once our nitrate contamination has entered our environment, the environment is polluted, and history proves it's very difficult to even remove small amounts of nitrate. But we can prevent most of the major nitrate source entry into our environment and keep our vibrant dairy industry. This remedy will automatically seriously improve water quality in districts and seriously reduce the use of synthetic fertiliser in the dairy industry. It is all a no-brainer. We must remove the cow from the land to stop pollution and extensively house them to eliminate most of the nitrate contamination. Most overseas competitors have embraced the remedy for nitrate pollution improvement and have been shedding their dairy herds 24/7 for many years. It's not their fault. They have been led to think they can shelter behind ideology. The reality is seriously flawed protocol from all environmental guardianship. We must face up to reality. That's what we're not doing, not facing a reality. And go forwards. I'm sorry, dairy farmers, but the real concern of your pollution footprint for many years, you should have realised that sooner or later the environmental guardians will request you to step up a notch and correct your footprint. All of New Zealand must support the dairy industry and work together to make the change. It is a big ask and there's no alternative anywhere near effective enough to correct the pollution. And I think we've proven that in the last 20 years. I acknowledge that lots of people, including our dairy farmers, are helping to enhance the environment, but all your efforts are only marginally being effective at present. History proves the present initiatives are not anywhere near effective enough. But when we do control the nitrate pollution source, all your efforts will automatically be further enhanced because low nitrate levels are much easier to correct than high ones. And one of your top water scientists has confirmed that. Like all investments, there is a serious downturn in market returns. There could be an risk factor. We need to make sure the banks stand behind the industry as they've thrown money at the dairy farmers and have a responsibility to play their part in supporting the dairy industry's environmental correction. They are already making green loans at cheaper rates, and we should press to make sure they continue supporting the dairy industry. Some farmers are really the clever ones, showing increased interest in winter housing in their herd, which is making a good start on correcting their environmental footprint and providing advantages for animal health and management. Thank you very much, guys. Obviously, they expect a return on the investment and indicates that more extensive shedding of our herd is generally economic. Extensive milking cows give a lot more milk with better feed to milk ratio, and this pays for the increased cost of operating extensively housing their herd. Greenies, the cows love the covered sheds, sheltered from any weather conditions, somewhere nice and comfy to sit, extra feed and water, and often with personal robots to keep the feed up to them and back scratches. They have booked a 5-star hotel. Nitrate levels. The top body idealistically dream about reducing the level down to 2.4, but do not know how to do it. The government does not want to understand, and the Ministry of Health want the level reduced down to 1 milligrams per litre. The government still maintain the WHO standard of 11.3, which is 13 times higher than the research level to avoid increased risk of bowel cancer. Experts believe there are 300 cases of nitrate-related bowel cancer in New Zealand right now. Reality is the government do not care. The top body just dream about present research, will discover a miracle, and the Ministry of Health will never even see a noticeable reduction in the level of nitrates in our drinking water. What a hell of a mess. The environment representative system is completely broken. Sooner or later, we will all have to face up to reality research and extensively shed our milking herd to correct the environmental footprint. It is the responsibility of environmental guardians to hold the dairy industry accountable. The citizens have had a gutful of the nitrate pollution and water quality for many years. We must fully acknowledge reality research. And that's the key, acknowledging reality research. It'll always be there, it'll never go away. Whether it's 5 years, 10 years or 20 years, it'll still be there waiting to be acknowledged. We must completely change the flawed policy by correcting the totally broken representative system now. We can correct the environmental contamination and keep our vibrant dairy industry. This would set our environment up to be sustainable for food production, health issues, etc., able the dairy industry to produce in an environmentally sustainable manner for the future. It's really your responsibility as environmental representatives to lead the way to effectively activate positive change. We all should make serious submissions to the RMA review. There will never be a better time to do it.
Kia ora, David.
Perhaps I should just mention one other thing before I take questions. I've had 10 years extensive experience in political, when I was growing export pit fruit, representing Canterbury at national level, and making presentations to national conference, etc. And I've used a lot of that. I can compare it with what's going on with environment, Canterbury leadership at the top of the environment, not Canterbury, top of our environment. And I've been giving you fellas the benefit of the doubt because I realise you're in an awkward position with the top body dominating the policy that they have been doing. And it's hard to get out from underneath it, but we need to stand up and be counted somewhere because otherwise nothing is ever going to change. We'll never, ever correct the nitrate levels what we're doing now. We're having a dog show.
Kia ora, David. Just checking in, and just so I'm clear, so the remedy that you're proposing, and I think I've heard it, is shedding the dairy herd. Is that so? Putting them in herd homes, or is that what I'm hearing?
I'm just struggling to hear you. Understand you, fellas.
Sorry. So just checking that your remedy that you're putting forward in your papers and in your speech is to put cows in herd homes or sheds. That's correct?
I'm sorry, I still lost you. We've been hard of hearing, doesn't help.
Okay, I'm going to come down to you.
Sorry.
I'm going to put this microphone on as well. So I was just asking if the remedy you're putting forward in your papers is to put the dairy herd in sheds and homes.
We've got no option. We've got absolutely no option.
Just confirming that. So that's a yes.
Exactly what nearly all our competitors are doing 24/7 overseas for many years. It's been well.
We just stay there though.
I'll put your microphone on, David. Yeah. No. There you go.
Is that on now? Oh, sorry. It's because the top body is not following the reality of research. The reality is saying that's where 90% of the nitrate's coming from. We have to deal with it. I mean, if you went back, you might say we wouldn't have so many dairy cows, and for obvious reasons you could say that. But we've got them. There's a lot of people invested a lot of money in the industry, both in production and processing and marketing, and their lives as well. We can actually fix the problem by shedding them and solve all the issues and still keep the dairy industry. I know it's a big ask, but we've got no option.
Thank you, David. Is there any other questions? And you might have to go and sit next to David if you want to ask your question, I think, or else I don't think it's going to be heard. Yep.
Can you hear me okay? So one of the things that we've had a number of submissions. Well, I've had people come to me and say if you put them in dairy sheds, it's bad for the animal welfare, and then they object to putting them in sheds based on that. Have you seen any of the evidence from what your research is saying that the animal welfare, if they're in sheds, is not compromised? You need to press your button.
Push it again a bit. Oh, sorry. The animals love being in the sheds. You go back 25 years ago when the robotic sheds were first come out, there wasn't many of them around. There was an article in for 3 or 4 years. They all left the gate open 24/7. Robotics, they can milk get milked any time of the day or night. They had feeds so they could go out to the feed any time, day or night. Those cows all trained themselves. It's interesting reading about what the cows want, and it's a good point we've got there. They went out for an hour to get a belly full of grass in the morning and the same at night, and they spent the other 22 hours in the shed, and it didn't matter whether it was summer or winter. And they suffer a lot from heat stress during the summer as well.
Thank you.
I actually, get down to nitty-gritty, it would be lovely to actually have what I call access to sheds. If the cows train themselves to do that, a lot of New Zealand could carry on farming where they could go out and get a belly full of grass in the morning and night. But in some of the real sensitive districts like Waitaki, that probably might not be an option. But until we actually got there, we wouldn't know for sure.
Thank you, David. Claire, did you still want to ask a question?
I had a question of clarity. Who is the top dog that you're referring to? Who are you specifically referring to?
Just push a button again, David. Yep. Cool, thank you.
Sorry, the top body is the top environmental body in Wellington. That's what I'm referring to. I don't know if I've got the right reference or whatever, but that's what I've been saying when I'm talking about the top body.
Thank you, David. Any other questions, councillors? If not, Genevieve?
I was actually going to ask along the lines of, do you think that limiting herd size, numbers, can you hear me okay? Sorry. Do you think there are other options like limited herd sizes per...
Where you go, David? Yeah.
I haven't finished.
No, definitely not. We've talked about this with one of your top water scientists a couple of years ago when I had a meeting with Environment Canterbury, and that's first sparked me, and she was impressed enough, she encouraged me to actually take it to the government and etc., which is why I've continued really. And we talked about this, and she asked me Greenpeace's policy, which is to halve the cows along the lines that you're talking, and that will round about halve the nitrate level, because most of the nitrate's coming from the cows. So what is over 11 in Waitaki would come down to 5 or 6 at the end of winter, and it's still way, way too high. We want it down to 1 to be able to avoid getting bowel cancer. Even in the big research overseas, and massive research, where 2.3 million, 23 years with 2.7 million people involved, even at 2.1, they got a 15% increase in bowel cancer. And we won't, you have to reduce it a lot more than that. A person said to me the other day that their parents were dairy farmers down the south on a block of land, and they were only running 10% of the cows that are on that block now. And if you look at Waitaki being over 11 and you've had to reduce that down to 1, you've literally got to get rid of all the cows. They've all got to go. That's why the option of shedding is so attractive. I know it's a big ask, but man, we're out of sync with the rest of the world. The rest of the world is doing it's just about we're out of sync.
Thank you, David. Really well answered. We're going to do our resolution now. We'll bring that up. Thanks, Genevieve. So just going to do a resolution for you, David, that the council receives the public forum from David Butler regarding agenda item 4.1 and that we provide a reply to David as soon as possible. So, Genevieve, you're happy to move it. Vicky, happy to second it. Oh, sorry, Nick, I was looking the wrong way. All good. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you so much for your presentation this morning, and we'll provide a response to you as soon as possible. Thank you. Kia ora. So thank you for that. We've got no other deputations or petitions today. We'll move to our extraordinary urgent business. Is there any? I haven't received any. Don't think there is. Thank you. We're going to move to notices of motion, and we have a notice of motion from Councillor Scott, 6.1. So, Councillor Scott, I'll hand it to you to speak to your notice of motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the notice of motion is, I think, pretty self-explanatory around public transport, and then there's some detail there between A and C, which gives the councillors an opportunity to look at, I guess, the reasoning behind what we're trying to do here with this notice of motion. I won't speak any more than that, Chair, and I'd like to move this motion and hand back to you.
Kia ora. Peter. Just going to ask if there's any questions of clarity from
I'll second.
Yeah, we're not doing that yet. We're just going to ask clarification of the mover. But we're asking questions of clarification from the mover. So we're going to do that. Where you go, John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with the notice of motion that Councillor Scott has brought to the table, and it's a conversation that I and others have had probably over 4 or 5 years with the other TAs and the expectation of where we might want to go. So I am pleased that this sits on the table today. My only concern, and I do reference that it states in there that we may talk to other entities and parties along the way, but my concern is that this is too narrow, the conversation just being between ourselves and Christchurch City. I understand the infrastructure, I understand the majority of the transport happens within Christchurch City, but we do have a thing called the Greater Christchurch Partnership, and those partners are integral in transport and transport going forward. So the simplicity of talking to one entity, yes, I get it, but I believe it will further complicate things down the road if other parties are left out in the early conversations. And I referenced MRT and the potential for that to progress. We cannot just be having a conversation with Christchurch as to what it looks like, given the implications for Selwyn and Waimakariri. Rolleston in itself is the 4th largest urban area in the South Island after Christchurch, 30-odd thousand people. We note the planning rules have just changed in Waimakariri as of yesterday, I think, allowing for another 15 to 17,000 houses to be built in the Waimakariri, taking them towards 100,000 people, and I think in a fairly near future, Selwyn will be at 100,000. So for a bunch of those reasons, I would like Councillor Scott to just consider whether it should not be a conversation with the partners of the Greater City Partnership, not necessarily within the context of the partnership, but bringing in Selwyn and Waimakariri into the conversation, given that at least one of those parties is absolutely keen on the conversation and the other, I think, is happy to have it. So those are just my thoughts. If we could widen it to the 3 TAs, you may have a response, but those are my thoughts and reasoning why it should be slightly wider than just a Christchurch conversation. But otherwise, yeah, absolutely support the intent of the motion.
Peter, do you want to respond to that?
Look, I do, but I think my fellow councillor sitting next to me is a bit concerned about patient.
Okay, that's good. If that councillor wants to raise that, that's cool.
Well, I'm not clear if the motion has been moved, because if it's been moved, then it needs to be seconded before you can maybe have the.
Well, we're not
process.
in a debate. Yeah, what I'm doing is, because the standing orders are clear that if it is moved and seconded, no changes can be made to the note of motion. I'm giving Councillor Scott a chance to respond to some of the queries that are coming to see if he does want to do that. He doesn't have to. He can do what he needs to do because it's his notice of motion. So at the end of that, when we've gone round, because it's going to give him an indication of whether it's going to be successful or not, I believe. And so I want those to happen. And then at the end of that, if he doesn't want to change it, then we can move to seconding it and then we'll get into the debate. All good. Genevieve?
Just a moment, Chair, and sorry to interrupt you.
All good.
Just for clarification for Councillor Davies, it has been moved.
Has been moved, yeah.
But if it's seconded, then we have to go to the vote on it.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
And so what the Chair's trying to do, Councillor Davies, is not to preclude you from seconding it once we get to that, but to give the opportunity to other councillors to question it.
You know, I understand that. Sorry, I'm not worried about me seconding it. I'm just worried about, like, you have questions, moved, seconded, debate, or you have moved, questions, seconded, debate. That's what I'm confused where we're at.
Okay, well, we're giving a chance for councillors to give Councillor Scott some feedback before it's seconded so that he could amend it if he wanted to. He doesn't have to. And so that's totally up to him. It's his notice of motion.
Can I
happy with that, Peter?
Can I speak to Councillor Sunkel?
Yeah, you can.
Point. The reason that I don't really want to accept to make any change to this notice of motion is it unduly complicates the notice of motion, and essentially in terms of the Public Transport Authority and the Road Controlling Authority, which are ourselves and CCC, in the first instance should have that discussion. Now, I'm not sure that CCC even knows this is going on, and that's another point that we need to make. And I I don't look to preclude the GCP partners, but in the first instance, I think that we need it, and we owe it to the Hereford Street CCC to have that discussion with them first. So that's my point.
Kia ora, Peter. Genevieve.
Well, they do now, and others know now too. The people we've excluded know now too. So I actually support John's comments earlier. I think we owe it to at least the Selwyn district and the Waimakariri district to actually consider them through the proper Greater Christchurch Partnership and the conversation to date. I mean, I actually love the whole concept of this, don't get me wrong, but the scope isn't quite fair. And those who have made the effort and sat at this table really pushing in desperation to be part of something, I think we owe it to them.
Yeah, Greg.
This is questions of clarification, isn't it, rather than debate?
Yeah, I didn't feel that.
So
Greg.
I don't necessarily agree with Councillor Davies, but what I do agree with you saying, if we've got a question about this on a piece of paper, the person to answer it would be, rather than getting in debate. Yeah,
I agree. The difference between a question and debate is subtle, I believe, in this context. Genevieve's putting a view across saying, I agree with John. John's asked a question of Peter whether he thinks that should be changed to include that. He said no at the moment. So Genevieve's just reinforced that she thinks that's a good idea.
My concern is that there's people listening to this, and it's not just the city. There's others here that are reliant on this. So,
and I think Peter's given a good response in terms of if you look at A in his notice of motion, it's got but not limited to. That does leave the door open to be able to speak to others. But what he's clarified is that he believes in the first instance this conversation should be with the Christchurch City Council. Doesn't preclude that conversations could happen with others. I suppose councillors are saying it would have been good to potentially include those others in this notice of motion. That's what I'm hearing. Are there any other thoughts on that? Unless we'll move to the seconding. Yep, Grant.
Councillor Scott, I'm just referring to the Audit and Risk Committee meeting papers of the 15th of May, where we had a presentation from an independent advisor, O'Connor and Partners, that looked at the issue of CCOs and those sorts of things. And there were a couple of commentaries within that suggesting that CCOs were not necessarily the way that we could achieve the same outcomes that you were seeking in this notice of motion. Did you consider those comments from that? I'm particularly looking at page 25 of the paper and page 23, where there was a commentary.
Can't think of the authors of the other report that put through a lot of opportunities to work in a close partnership with other authorities in terms of public transport. I've been involved with this public transport issue since 2016, and what I've found is that those examples that were given in those reports haven't occurred. They haven't occurred. The classic thing that's happened, and Councillor Southworth represented us on this occasion, was when the Minister came and offered $78 million into the city for infrastructure, and that's gone. Now, I think we're better than that. I think that I think certainly in this building, we pay more attention to those things. Our staff are on point with those things. And I can't think of another opportunity where that amount of money gets lost in PT. And that concerns me greatly. Look, I'm not doing this because I've got a love affair with public transport in Christchurch. I mean, I come from Timaru, for God's sake. But I think that this thing's been festering away for so long, Councillor Edge, that we need to take some action. Now, this may not be totally correct in terms of the way it's written, but I think the opportunities, A, B, C, the opportunities here give us the ability to flex this thing around and make it work. Now, my intention here, I wasn't going to say this until the end, but I'll say it now. My intention here is if this gets over the line, that I make a deputation to CCC, possibly a deputation to Waimakariri and Selwyn also, just to explain the intent here, and so that not everybody's going to get offside with this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. Sorry, Peter. Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Claire, did you want to raise something?
Well, I've just suggested to Peter, and it's up to Peter, and that after ministers, we put a full stop and put Selwyn and Waimakariri district councils to be kept informed and brought in when appropriate. Oh, sorry, I forgot about Timaru.
And Timaru. So, you want to have the look at that, Peter?
I had a really quick look at what Claire's diplomacy brought down to me, and I think she covers off the points that are raised, and I think that's fair.
And Timaru, though.
Cool. So let's just take a break just for a second, and I'm happy if you're happy, Peter, that we put that up on the screen, and then you can make a decision whether you want to go with that, and then of course you'll have to find a seconder for that. Kapoe. So we're just going to have a break and adjournment for a couple of minutes, and Claire can bring those words up. Thank you. And we've just had that discussion beforehand. Councillor Mackay put an idea to the mover, Peter, and that's been now put up on the screen. So, Peter, over to you in terms of where you want to take this next.
Yeah, my notice of motion might have been seen as a Genghis Khan notice of motion to leave out everybody. but it was meant to be explicit. I think the diplomacy that you're showing it here, Claire, I approve of that. There was some mention that, and so I agree, there was some mention of Timaru. I've had a discussion with the Mayor of Timaru. They're quite happy just to sit back here. There's an opportunity if we did get something over the line, then to contract to Timaru to provide those services. So, you know, it's not all lost if Timaru gets left out of this. So, yeah, I'm happy with it, Chair.
Cool. So just confirming you're happy to move that the amended notice of motion.
Yeah.
Ka pai. Let's call for a seconder. Councillor Davies. Now we can go to speaking to that. You can speak maybe at the end, Peter. Yep. So where you go, Joe.
Thank you, Chair. I speak in support of the notice of motion. The shift to the sustainable PT public transport framework presents us with opportunities. And this path is just going to look at the opportunities. It's not a decision paper or motion. A joint council-controlled organisation between parties may consolidate operational responsibilities under unified governance, something I think we really need in the region. Updating tech also really needed, and also the improvement of service coordination, because, you know, I love our buses. I actually love the infrastructure. I think the city do a great job as well, especially Manchester Street. That corridor is really opening up a lot of opportunities for those single-digit routes. So consider the untapped potential of Ferry Road, sitting underutilised, the depot there on the corner of Morehouse Avenue and Ferry Road, sitting underutilised at the gateway to the southeast edge of the city, right by the stadium, close to the heavy rail transit corridor. A joint CCO could transform this into a hub with mixed-use development, creating revenue streams that could support transport, stadium access, and fundamentally, this is about urban development. I support the work of Silas Scott because of his ability to see strategically about things like this, and he does it often. He's full of nuggets of wisdom, this fella next to me. And I want to see what our staff will present in September. This work may also shape our thinking on Christchurch heavy rail transit, because this isn't just about buses.
Thanks, Joe. Who would like to speak? Dion?
Yeah, I'm going to speak in support of the notice of motion here today. I do have some caution, though, around what might or might not come out of it. I'm definitely not supportive of going straight to the conclusion of a CCO, because there might be better ways of doing it. And Auckland Transport is a caution for us to think about what they're doing up there at the moment. And there are other ways to deliver the services. And for me, and been in here and actually been on both sides of the this local government thing, and in the city council when I was there, public transport was always, oh look, there's a problem, ECAN's going to deal with it, or ECAN's going to deal with it. On this side of the local government equation, you really are intricately. And then the infrastructures with the city council. When I was at the city council, we didn't really think about the infrastructure and how that impacts on the service. So I do think there is a gap here. There is a definite gap around the infrastructure and the service delivery. And we've seen that with the $78 million that was lost. I think that was one of the biggest travesties around public transport in our PT Futures Agreed program. And I do think we need to be very, very careful about how we approach the next National Land Transport Fund, because we need to be thinking about how we do this better and how we be joined up approach. But I do worry with this notice of motion what happens with our regional transport committee, what happens to our community vehicle trusts, what happens to my baby, which is called total mobility, because who does that? Who looks after that? That is a very integrated program right across the region. So I think we need to be very careful what we're asking for here, just like all of the RMA reforms that are going on. And the last thing I wanted to say, change is coming to regional government, change is coming to local government right across the country, and I want us to be open-minded about doing things differently, which is why I wanted to support this, to be proactive and to make sure that we're thinking about what the next stages might be in terms of what we do. So, yep, supportive. I think there's some caveats here. There might be some fishhooks that we need to get through, but let's get the information back at some stage. It is a big piece of work, and I hope the staff can get on with it, but we'll see what it comes back to.
Kia ora, deal. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support the amendments to the motion that sits there. As I said before, it's a conversation that's had a long gestation, and whether it's a CCO, I'm just pleased that we now have it on the table in the open and have that conversation going forward as to what public transport looks like. And I, in my mind, really don't differentiate between the community trust, vehicle trusts, and a bunch of things that would, I guess, for me, sit within that space. And then once it's set up and organised and running, we have Ashburton wanting some options into the future. We have Timaru. So as it's solidified, then I think it expands across the region if that is where we ultimately go. So I think it's a really good opportunity to take some of the politics out and just see if we can really get things up and running. So support. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Grant?
I probably will support the motion in that it's going to provide council officers with a inability to come back with a report. But I'm referring to the Audit and Risk Committee paper on 15th of May, where the recommendations that were adopted at that time, where the staff recommendation at the time was that we shouldn't progress a CCO. Because there was no clear purpose. The notice of motion gives an indication of purpose, and also just reading some of the bullet points. That there is that one bullet point which suggests that there's potential to use an existing CCO to speed up process and support delivery. Because again, I refer to the paper that was presented as part of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting, where there's an indication from that report that a CCO is not necessarily the best way to proceed. In fact, on page 23, there was an item there that suggested that the example of Auckland Transport may provide a model for amalgamation of public transport service delivery and infrastructure ownership in Canterbury. And that would be with Environment Canterbury, CCC, WDC, Waimakariri District Council and Selwyn District Council could use a CCO as a vehicle to combine assets and delivery services while keeping policy and planning responsibilities separate. My concern, even though the amendment being proposed references the Waimakariri District Council and Selwyn District Council, sort of coming in the after effect, I'm concerned that the vehicle for transportation issues, certainly over the last 5 years, have been through the Greater Christchurch Partnership. And I think that that amendment should have mentioned the Greater Christchurch Partnership to keep everybody in the loop. We know that we've already upset our two of our partners through the Kiwi Rail discussion process. But, you've got to consider that the Greater Christchurch Partnership has prepared the spatial plan. It is prepared and involved with the regional public transport plan, and it has endorsed the Greater Christchurch Transport Plan, key transport documents as a partnership. And I think the idea of joint asset management is something that we could look at in the further. And I think that the motion is a bit narrow by going to Christchurch City, but I'm open, and I think there's a little further way to go. And I hopefully, in looking at this, like Councillor Scott and Councillor Davies will broaden and think a little bit about the partnership and how important this is for the development of Greater Christchurch, and get those two parties around the table and present something actually to the Greater Christchurch Partnership to let people know what the thinking is. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Grant. David?
Thank you. Just like to thank Councillor Scott for bringing this notice of motion before us today. It's been a subject that's been long discussed, and in fact, in my particular area, I've had two community groups that are expressing frustration over the inflexibility of route design and response to demand. It's also quite incongruous that we have a system where we, as the can, set the routes, and the city puts in place the infrastructure. So I think this move is long overdue, and I'm totally in support. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Ian? Just can't hear you at the moment, Ian.
Oh yeah, I'll try and speak louder. No, I just support this from Councillor Scott. It's been 9 years in the making. We've been talking about it a long time. To actually have it on the table, have it written up, really positive. So yeah, I'll be supporting this. Kia ora.
Thank you. Nick?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Scott, for bringing this to the table. My enthusiasm and passion for this motion, and you and I have talked about it a bit over the last few weeks. I see a huge opportunity in this, and I know that in the last audit and risk meeting, it was brought to our attention that that maybe there wasn't a place for a CCO now, but until we had a reason, and I emphasise that we do have that reason now. So here is an opportunity, and I think a CCO going forward is a great thing for the wider Canterbury region. And you know, for me, in my 38 odd years in business, you know, it's all about partnerships, and you can achieve more with a partnership than you can on your own. And my philosophy, I guess, is you're better to own part of the Rolls Royce than all the Morris Minor, and I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Nick. Greg?
Kia ora, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to support it too. Certainly, there's been a lot of talk around the table or meetings, or usually out in the back room or aisles, whether it be here or down in at CCC or meetings that we attend. But I think it's more important than that. I think this shows a strong message to the Crown that they may have overlooked us as far as PT resource, but we really see this as the future for Greater Christchurch. And I think the first step is, as every journey starts with one step, is to get the bigger player in here in the city, Christchurch City Council and us together, and then whoever may need to join into that, it will be an organic process of adding to it. So kia ora, I will support.
Thanks, Greg. Vicky?
It's really all been said, and I'll support as well. Just it is a great opportunity, particularly when you think that City does a lot of the leadership around other modes of transport, and we really need to join up our cycling, our walking, and all those other things as well. So I think this is it would be there's a lot of logic and it makes sense to me. So I'm in support, and yeah, good to see it. So I look forward to the report in September.
Thanks, Vicky. Claire?
Look, thank you. If nothing else, Councillor Scott has been pretty tenacious and consistent over the last 8 or 9 years here. So great to see it actually get to this stage, Peter. And I know you've had a couple of goes in this triennium of council as well. I think from definitely support everything that Councillor Swiggs also said. So I'm not going to repeat that. I mean, there are some things that we need to be keep our eyes wide open around. But look, I just really want to acknowledge the great PT team that we have in this building and the work that they do, and the opportunities that such an alignment may make for their work too around management and operation. I think there is certainly some opportunities for alignment. So, yeah, just really want to add my thanks to the PT team.
Thanks, Claire. Genevieve?
I support it too, in essence, though going back to the comments on the Greater Christchurch Partnership, I just feel like we haven't discussed mana whenua or other partners in that mix, and including the Canterbury District Health Board, of which we could actually partner with them in some aspects, and that would include the mobility services and other services that we could all contribute to each other's, spatially, dare I say it. Anyway, in essence, I think it's good, but it does need some sort of understanding within that to inform pretty swiftly the other parties in that Greater Christchurch Partnership. I just think it, there's a lot of people missing out on that, not just TAs. Thank you.
Thanks, Genevieve. I think that's all the councillors that wanted to speak. Peter, do you want to write a reply?
Yeah, just to round out a few things. One is GCP. I think GCP's done a fantastic piece of work around the spatial plan. The spatial plan is a really, really solid document and has been acknowledged nationally as a solid document. One of the key outcomes of that is MRT. But to get to MRT, which who knows when we'll get to MRT, but to get to MRT, we need a ratification of, PT, uplift of PT services and route frequency and those sorts of things across the thing, which, I really admire the staff in the building for the work they're doing in that space. And I have talked to both Giles and Stuart about this before we put this to you. So, and I acknowledge that, and I acknowledge that they may be a wee bit nervous around some of this stuff, but I think that's where we're at with it, and there's no reason why we can't push on from that. We need to consider our statutory responsibility on that, and I don't think we throw that out with just having something that's a bit depoliticised from our councils as a CCO, and maybe their CCO. I don't know. I'm not the, I don't. Joe said, I've got some good ideas, but I'm not really good at sweeping in the corners too much. I'm quite good at the big stuff, and so there'll be others that'll fill that space, and there are others in this room that will help greatly. But I think if we can try and move this thing for a lot of reasons, the asset optimisation, the moving away from PTOM into the sustainable public transport futures model gives us an opportunity to think about things differently. We've got a paper coming, I think 8.6 today, about PT, which lays that stuff out actually, which is pretty interesting. However, my main reason for this is that when I look at what we're doing now, we're not optimising ratepayer dollars, and we need to start optimising ratepayer dollars. That's why we exist, to take ratepayer money and to ensure that we apply the right audit processes to it to ensure that they get the right outcome. So I won't say any more than that, Chair, but thank you for the support that councillors have offered. And I guess the next steps are the most important ones. And I will say that Councillor Swiggs has spoken to the Mayor. The Mayor is supportive of listening to this. He's not supportive of saying, hey, let's go and do this. So that gives me an opportunity to say a deputation to CCC within their schedule, and I don't know their schedule at all, will be taken up by us to put this in front of their council and to ask some of the questions that they have that you've already asked here. So long way to go yet. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Okay, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Look forward to that work coming back to us in September. So let's move on to number 7. That's our unconfirmed 7.1, unconfirmed minutes of our deliberations on the 27th and 28th of May.
There's just something in here on page 8, conflicts of interest section. Councillor Burns was, I don't know if you've seen that, but it wasn't necessarily joined spokes. He just attended the spokes Canterbury AGM. I think I actually even emailed in that. That is correct? Oh, you did join as well?
No, I actually joined as well. Cool.
But you attended the AGM is what I think you mentioned in there, yeah.
Cool. Thanks. Greg?
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Swiggs. I was going to mention that, but page 12, I'm Councillor Brines. Sorry, that's Councillor. Sorry, page 13, I'm Councillor Brines. Page 20, I'm Councillor Bynes. So you just again, it's killed up.
Thanks, Greg. So we'll note that, Greg, and we'll get that fixed up, and apologies for that again. So you're happy to move it, Councillor Swiggs? Thank you. Any seconder? Councillor Davies? Cool. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so in our agenda, we go forward to page 59. And 8.1 is our first report item, and that's adoption of our annual plan. And I know that Kate Rutherford, our Principal Advisor, Performance Management, and Taflin, our Director of Communications and Engagement, is going to come to the table to introduce this. And look, let me just start by acknowledging this is the major work that every council in New Zealand does actually around their annual plan, setting the programs of work to address the issues that we all, some we have to do, and some we feel passionate enough about to do. And so just acknowledging all the work that goes in. It takes a lot of time and energy. Thanks to all the public that have come in to help inform this annual plan. That's definitely made a huge difference in this annual plan. So I'll hand over to Kate and Taff, and Dave's here too. Kia ora.
Kia ora, councillors. So it's a great pleasure to be bringing the annual plan to you in my acting role as the Strategy and Planning Director. And I'm just going to very quickly hand straight over to the noted that we brought Dave to the table as well for any financial questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. Through you, Chair, I have great pleasure presenting the annual plan Mahiria Tau 2025-26 for adoption today. The annual plan is a culmination of 10 months' work that started with you as councillors considering what had changed since the long-term plan and how those changes might be incorporated in and consulted on through the annual plan process. You heard from the community through the submissions and through 2 days of hearings, and then having heard from the community through deliberations, directed staff to make a number of changes to the document that was consulted on, which have been incorporated into the document that's before you for adoption today. That process took you from a 15.5% increase in total rates revenue, which was budgeted through the year 2 of the long-term plan, down to 9.9% that was consulted on through the draft annual plan, and then finally down to a total rates revenue increase of 5.8% budgeted in the document you have before you. So that's all from me. We're more than happy to take questions.
Kia ora. Greg?
Yeah, mine's kind of simple, and it relates to 12.5 and 12.15, which talks about decreases in interest rates assumptions. Without getting overly dramatic and stuff like that, obviously there's some significant global issues arising at the moment. We've got the likes of Goldman Sachs who are saying that we might be looking at over $100 a barrel of oil potentially, and El Gillespie obviously calling what's happened over the last sort of 10 days illegal international exit may not finish as quickly as one would hope. Do we have any contingency if inflation rates are higher than we are forecasting?
Thanks for the question, and the question that you ask is real. And I think I would describe that's why I've used the term risk-based assumptions. For these types of exercises, we have to run with a point-in-time underpinned assumption and with reference to a market at a point in time. That will always change and will always be different during this year, and there is increased volatility at the moment. So I think my answer to is we're always going to run with risk. That's why they're risk-based assumptions, and that's why we've chosen a number which we could have chosen something slightly lower or slightly more. We've tried to be conservative with how we've selected that assumption number.
And I suppose just in terms of Gree's questions about contingency, I'd assume that's where reserves would come into play?
Yeah, if needed, that would be the case.
Thank you. Greg?
That was going to be my follow-up question, which was, are we going to use reserves? But I can add to that by saying, so if there's a significant spike in the cost of fuel for the PT providers, that's passed on through the contracts?
I'm not a PT specialist, but that's my understanding. There are mechanisms at times, but Giles might want to talk to that.
You come to the table, Giles. If you need to repeat the question, Greg, happy to. Yep.
Yeah, so that's linked to the NZTA index, which is adjusted on a regular basis. Councillors will remember that in previous years, the NZT index has been running ahead of assumptions that were built into annual plans, and this year it's actually been running behind the assumptions that were built in. So again, as Dave has said, it's at a point in time we make a risk-based assumptions. Inevitably, those assumptions are not correct, and they can be adjusted during the year.
Yeah, there you go, Dave. I was just to clarify. So, Greg's question: if there was a spike, we'd use some reserves, but would NZTA also pick up their half and they would increase that accordingly? Is that how we understand it? Cool.
Yeah. So in the past, NZTA inflation has been running ahead of the assumptions that were really, originally made, and that means that more funding flows into the regional council. This current year, we made an assumption for, I believe, 5%. They had an assumption of 3%, and inflation for public transport has actually been running below that this current financial year.
And Dave, yep.
Oh, sorry, I just had one more point, that we also have a Treasury policy that outlines how much interest rates we should have fixed at a point in time during the year, which gives greater certainty in the near term. And we report on that to the Audit and Risk Committee, and that is circa, I'm not don't quote me, but around 50% we've got locked in already. So that would protect us from any short-term spikes to the extent that those rates are currently fixed in front of us.
Thanks, Dave. Cool. Any other questions, councillors? Yep, Grant.
Just a query on page 87 of the revised plan. I noted that the comparison between page 87 and the new in the revised plan and the annual plan draft that went out for public consultation, that the under the heading capital and asset reserves, that the forestry reserve, there is no indication of a forestry reserve in the new one, unless I missed something. In the previous plan, there was 18.9 million reserve indicated for forestry. I wonder if you could just explain where it's gone.
Sure. Look, that's simply been rolled up into the revaluation reserve, as a number of classes of assets are now included within that revaluation reserve. So that reserve still remains, but it has been rolled up for the purposes of this draft final document.
Any expenditure on the reserves are normally allocated or have to be allocated to the purpose of the reserve. Does that mean that of that revaluation reserve, that the same sum that's allocated or that's generated through the forestry reserve would be used for forestry related activity?
The answer is yes. This is a consolidation for purpose of presentation of these reserves. So the answer to that is yes, it still exists.
Sorry, just following up on that same chart on the left-hand column of the new plan, there's obviously a lot of changes to the previous figures and the figures that we've got now. The other figure in terms of general reserve programs, the income appropriation account in the draft document was 77.5 million in deficit. It's now 19.1. Could you just clarify what's happened there?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we've made some changes, and it has been ongoing for some time, in how we allocate debt to the various reserves and then how we roll it up. So it's in relation to that accounting change in this process. I would also note that this will change further as the audited financial result for this end comes into play and we actually understand what our true reserves position is. So this is, again, at a point in time, and that's your question. It's about how debt's allocated. It will change again post the year end.
Thank you. Just finally, yeah, I acknowledge that despite that the actual total equity figure remains the same, no matter how you cut it. So thanks very much.
Genevieve, you got a question? Yep.
It's probably, I'm not sure who it would be for, but maybe Teflon as well. Just regarding sort of our finance, can't even think what it's called. What determines the user pays percentage of consent fees and charges under our finance policy? Currently it's 56%, and we're looking at the proposed 66% recovery from user pays. I'm wondering if because it is in our finance schedule to get to 80%, is there any way in this situation that could be increased to further reflect the 80%? Specifically, really for consents that would directly benefit the applicant.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So in the revenue and financing policy, it's got a range of 60 to 80%. So it isn't necessarily specifying that the aim is to get to the top of that or the time period to get to that. So within the policy, it sits as a range. In the LTP process, we worked through where we thought would be an appropriate staging, and that was what we looked at through the consultation on the fees and charges piece.
Thank you.
So it's a councillor set, if you like, that percentage within that range was set through that process.
So we can do that in this process, change it slightly or not?
No, we've had a number of decisions on this
Yeah, I
one,
know.
Genevieve.
I'm just looking at it.
We made the call back in December to go out with a certain couple of options around this to bring it into range. We, of course, agreed to that at that time, and then it came back through deliberations and through hearings and submissions. And then we agreed again with what's in the annual plan at the moment to bring it into range. Councillor Southworth did put another option into the mix at the time of deliberations. That wasn't supported by the majority of councillors, so this is where we're at. So we've made our decision as council. Today, this would confirm that position that we've made. It's a good question, but I don't think there's majority support to change it at this stage. But of course, the range is there, and to get to 80%, if that's something that the next council next year wants to push for, there'd have to be appropriate changes, I would imagine, to fees and charges again to allow that to happen. So I think that's the process going forward to get another jump to get higher in that range. Cool. John? Oh, any other questions, councillors? Yeah, Greg?
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to get that through my head, so that you're suggesting that we went out with some options, we've discussed it, we came back, we sort of voted on it, drafted it up,
we definitely
and now
voted on
that's it, kind of where it's at. But haven't we done that for other things too? Gone out with stuff, voted on it, came back, decided, and then actually completely changed what we've done? I can give you a couple of examples if you'd like.
Yeah, I suppose the difference is here with an annual plan, as you've heard, there's 10 months of work that go into it. For a decision in isolation that doesn't have an impact on a bigger program, that is probably possible. You could obviously put that today and put that to this council. I just don't think there would be majority support to support that. And also the other issues around an annual plan is it goes through audit to get us to today, and then it allows us to meet our deadline, which is 30th of June, which is 5 days away. So that's the process. We've been through a long process. We've had numerous chances to change that. It didn't happen. So therefore, I don't think that's a worthwhile thing to do at this late stage. Like I said, the next council and for the next annual plan, that can be another aspiration, because obviously it does have an impact on the fees and charges schedule too, which would mean a massive change to where we've done, and that would sort of blow this document up, in my opinion. And I don't think that's helpful.
Yeah, I tend to agree with your summation about not having there's no sort of real appetite to change things at this late stage, maybe one or two, but it was just getting clarification of what you were saying, because it still doesn't sound quite correct to me that you can't. If everyone did, then we could change it. Is it?
I think that's correct, yeah. But But the problem was there's an implication for the work program behind it to make that happen, and we wouldn't meet our statutory deadline of the 30th of June. That's just another consideration that councillors would have to take into account. Yes, Claire?
I think I'm correct in saying that we actually voted on the fees and charges policy at the last meeting, so they've already been agreed.
They have.
Yep.
So I want to move to the resolutions. So we've got 1, 2 and 3. We're going to move number 1 first. You happy to move that, John? Cool. Do I have a seconder for resolution 1, which is to note that the rejected, it's about basically the position of the debt and how this annual plan lands. So do I have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Edge. Does it need any discussion at this stage?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do want to speak to it? Okay, there you go. Oh, actually, John or Grant, do you want to go first? Okay, cool. Yep. Where you go, Claire?
I'm going to get on my soapbox again, and I definitely am not going to be able to support number 1, so I do appreciate you putting this separately, because I just really need the opportunity to say that I don't support unbalanced budgets going forward. However, I will be supporting the adoption when we get to that, which does seem a little bit hypocritical from some people's position, I guess, but I'll justify that when we get there, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, Dion?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And just like my colleague over there, I won't be supporting the unbalanced budget part of this. I totally have read the thing, and I do see the prudency part in this, but I've got to be consistent with the decisions that I've made in the past, especially with the LTP. I think we've come a long way, and I really do think there's some really good work that we've done in this LTP, this annual plan to reduce that deficit budget, but we are coming up to these benchmark things that we're going to be benchmarked against from DIA very shortly, and one of those questions is a balanced budget for councils, and I'm a bit of a stickler on this, and I think I just have to be consistent with that, so I won't be supporting that. But like Claire, I think we've done a really good job at the annual plan, and I will be supporting the rest of it.
Nick?
Motion number 1 either, but I do support the long-term or the annual plan, sorry.
Cool. Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will be supporting it, but I wanted to put my 2 bulbs worth in that while it wouldn't have been completely the way, but if we had approved Councillor Southworth's notice or amendment, I should say, to some of the cost of recovering fees or hourly rate, that would have gone a long way towards balancing the budget that our colleagues are so disgusted with. So, kia ora.
Thanks, Greg. Peter?
Look, I sympathise with councillors that want a balanced budget, but I also have been here, as I said, during the PT discussions for a reasonable amount of time, and the circumstances on how we've arrived to where we've arrived to have been trying, and we're going into some more trying times in terms of what our responsibility is going to be, and so precluding these things is a wee bit like putting your head in the sand, and I won't say emu like I said last time. It's a wee bit like I know ostrich. I meant ostrich. I'm correcting something I said that. Okay, but Chair, I will support this because I think we need to have a holistic view of how we've got to where we've got to, and this council has been challenged by the last government, and again by this government in terms of its statutory responsibilities in the region and the cost that they incur. And so I think my support for this.
Kia ora. Yeah, well, I'm going to speak to this too because I do support this motion, and I'm really clear on the reasons why we did what we did, especially around debt funding, our planning framework. And Peter's definitely right. That was really challenges put to us, definitely by the last government in terms of the MPS 2020 for freshwater 2020, in terms of the need to update our freshwater plans, which has eased somewhat, but there's still a need to do planning work going forward. New RMA might dictate something different, but even in the proposals that are put to us, there's still a need to do new plans. So that work's not going to go away. And I think the arguments we made there that this council has consistently agreed with, not unanimously, but majority-wise, is that that's a worthwhile investment because those plans last for 10, 20, 30 years. In the case of our coastal plan. It's 20 plus years old. So that's the reason we made those decisions. And also the last point, like I said at the start of the meeting, we know that the funding model for local government isn't great. It's not right, and it does need to be fixed. And so the reasons that we go into debt sometimes is because of that unfunded mandate that Councillor Swiggs has mentioned numerous times. And so these are the decisions we have to make, and we also made them to help reduce the rate burden on our ratepayers. So I totally support this. Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, I find myself having a contrary view, and that is that if the majority of the borrowing is for planning issues, and given that since a lot of our deliberation, the government is making it clear of their direction, and most of our planning seems to have been around implementing changes put into which were forced on us by the 2020 MPS of fresh water, and that is no longer valid, in fact, which means that it's highly likely that our existing sub-regional plans will retain their validity, and therefore we may not have to do so much more planning in the future. And we actually, as a council, haven't discussed the implications of that. I'm not sure we should be borrowing. I find myself agreeing with Dion and Claire that we shouldn't be borrowing to balance this budget for planning work.
Thanks, Ian. Sorry, I did see a hand up, Grant.
Yeah, of course I support this. It was adopted as part of the long-term plan, 2024. The staff have given a very good explanation on page 62 and 63 of what this involves. We are absolutely in compliance with the regulations of the Local Government Act 2002, Section 102 A, B, C, D, and it's very clear about when is the appropriate time for us to use this debt thing. And, Section 1 of this, Section 101, talks about ensuring operating revenues are set at a level sufficient to meet the year's projected operating expenses. However, we may set projected operating revenues that are not in balance, and I'm just referring to the auditor's report from 2024 in terms of the long-term plan that was approved at that time. And one of the matters that were considered by them was that you note our forecast of a deficit of 10.2 million for 2025 and acknowledge our view that this is prudent operating expenditure related to regulatory framework planning, which returns a surplus in 2026. So it's not as if it's ongoing. It was just for a couple of years in a temporary format to overcome and get on with some of the planning that we needed to do. And in fact, in item 15.2, page 63, in the middle of that first paragraph there, it talks about policy criteria, natural capital is what it's called. The use of debt and reserve contributes to the equitable allocation of responsibility for funding these services and recognises the intergenerational benefits of the work. And it's really important. The regional policy statement is our most important piece of planning work, together with the coastal environment plan. They are huge pieces of work that has to be done. And if we don't have what effectively the debt funding does is just spreads the load over a longer time frame rather than us having to apply a higher rates level year on year as and when. So look, I'm really supportive of this. I think that we must accept this, and it's a good, prudent way of managing our responsibilities.
Thanks, Grant, and over to you, John, if you want to write a reply. You happy? Okay, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against? Yeah, do you want that noted? So just hold your hand up there. Ian, Dion, Claire, Nick, Dave. and David's abstaining. Ka pai. By my maths in my head, I think that's carried. Thank you. Ka pai. Thank you. Okay, let's go to resolutions 2 and 3.
Move.
You happy to move that, John? Thank you. Is there a second to this? Councillor Ward, thank you. Over to you, John, if you want to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it feels a bit of a privilege to move this motion. And in doing so, just really want to thank our staff who over the time have taken us from a position where we were sitting at a 15.5% rate rise in our long-term plan to a 9.9, getting us back to a 5.8. There's a song lyric out there, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes you'll find you get what you need. My belief is we are moving towards a prioritisation of our expenditure and our needs and getting to a point. The conversations in the wider community are continually challenging us as to those rate rises and the impact upon communities. So again, to the staff who have really put a heart and soul in. And we hear a lot of rhetoric about staff controlling councils and wish lists and grandiose kind of ideas. I think today we can put that to bed in a sense that staff have really put an effort in to bring those numbers back and provide us with a figure that we can, in a sense, be proud of. Always looking for more, always want less. We don't always get what we want, but I guess we get what we need. And we are prioritising. And I think about the things that I've sort of argued for or advocated for within my communities. Bus services, we don't get everything we want, but we've got uplift and services and PT within the Selwyn district. We've got sinking lids, we've got on staffing and costing, reassessments of interest rates. There's a whole bunch of things. I'm just really pleased that we can go out with a plan that covers the essentials, that puts us in a good place for the future. And just a note, we had a previous conversation today around where government might go with rate capping. If we can prioritise our expenditure, get it right, then there is no need for rate capping. It leaves us in a position where if we need to go somewhere, we can. So I think just really good that we've got the numbers that we have. Always want better, but yeah, thank you very much.
Kia ora, John. Thank you. Vicky.
Yep. So I really appreciate all the work that staff have done to develop our budget, and I'm sure there are many ratepayers who won't pat themselves on the back and claim much credit for the reduction. The reduced rate is mostly due to external factors, so a lower inflation projection, low interest rates for debt funding, as we heard before, government forced cuts to improvements to public transport services, and a halt on purchasing EV buses. It's gutting that we're having to go into a holding pattern with the current bus services that we have, rather than increasing frequency on the 1 and the 5 routes. Worsening congestion and no EVs means less action on air quality and climate emissions. Ironically, Councillor Tunkel just mentioned about councillors always wanting to cut rates by more, but one reduction that we could actually have chosen to do was 2 million reduction on general rates by reducing the scale of subsidy provided to consent applicants, which I put forward at our last meeting. This was suggested by some submitters also, but it was voted down by the very same councillors who argue every year, all the 5 years that I've been involved in this process, have argued every year that money is best left in ratepayers' pockets. But and they were happy to cut funding to improve biodiversity outcomes, but not subsidies to consent applicants. Our policy requires us to charge consent applicants between 60 and 80% of the processing costs. Our draft plan consultation proposed 66%, but I propose to increase this to 75% of the costs met by the applicants, which is still a 25% subsidy. My farming colleagues argue that consents are too expensive, but ironically are less concerned about the cost to ratepayers when it comes to nitrate testing or removing pollution from drinking water. This year, there's a reported uplift in applications to convert farmland to dairy, with at least 30 applications likely. So it seems to me the vote to take more from ratepayers to charge less to consent applicants is more about privatising profits and socialising the cost. I don't believe that most ratepayers want their rates to subsidise consent applicants. It's worth noting that territorial authorities charge more like 90 or even 100% to applicants. Why are we different? I suggest this is a question for the next council to pick up in the next term. Ironically, the same councillors then voted against additional funding for community-led biodiversity through the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund, which is our Canterbury-wide contestable fund, which is always heavily oversubscribed. And this is right at a time when biodiversity funding is getting tighter and tighter, leaving many capable groups right across our region struggling to maintain momentum. This is in the face of a biodiversity crisis. I am pleased that we have put funding in to ensure that our bus network is reviewed, providing an opportunity for communities currently with limited or no services to make a case for improvement. Let's hope the government is more enlightened once that work's done, so that we can increase services, get more people on public transport, reduce congestion, improve air quality, and help progress our cities and regions' climate goals. Overall, it's been a frustrating year. I will reluctantly support the budget, despite it delivering a 5.8% rise when it could have been 4.7%, or somewhere in between with additional funding for community-led biodiversity work. Kia ora.
Thanks, Vicky. Claire?
Thank you very much. Look, I definitely agree with very much the words that Councillor Sunkel used in moving this motion. I definitely want to thank you, Stephanie, as the CE of the organisation, and all the teams, everybody that's been involved in this work over the last 10 months to get us to where we've actually got to. And look, I'm not totally comfortable with 5.8, but it's certainly far better than the projected 15.5, which we started with 12 months ago, or around this time, 12 months ago, and then went out for consultation at 9.9. I think what I do acknowledge is that the impact framework, which we got into our long-term plan, is what's actually led to some of the focus, not only by the staff and the way they work and the reorganisation within the organisation, but also hopefully for the councillors around the table. Look, I am not going to even respond to the previous speaker around all the things that they don't like what's happened. That's what happens when you get 16 voices at the table and we have votes and the majority wins whatever motion's sitting on the table. But the outcome of the 5.8 average rate rise is that we do see, from my constituency in North Canterbury, quite a wide range of increases for some ratepayers. In the Kaikoura rural area, they're getting around a 23% increase in rates. And that is largely due to targeted river rating rather than a general rates. In Hurunui, it's about 3% for our rural folk. This is from the sample populations, sample properties that are in the annual plan, and 8% for urban. And in Waimakulele, our rural 3.4 to 5%, and of course it's significantly less for the urban area because of the PT. And yes, some of the context of the reduction I will definitely acknowledge is due to events that are occurring outside this organisation. But having said that, I do want to thank the staff, and led by Stephanie here, coming back to us with changed inflation and changed vacancy rates, which have made a significant impact. As I said before, when I couldn't vote for number one, the unbalanced budget is concerning. However, I do acknowledge, as Councillor Swiggs mentioned, that the deficit is less than the year two in the long-term plan. And part of that, of course, is helped by the fact that we're looking like we've got some very healthy transfers occurring from the year that we're currently in, 24-25. The cost of living is real for many, many in the region. And so while we may feel pleased or support the average rate rise of 5.8, and obviously some of my fellow councillors don't necessarily feel like that, I know for some ratepayers, even this is going to be quite hard. Today, I think I've sat here for 9 annual plans and long-term plans now, and this, I think, is the second one that I will be supporting. I know the effort and work that has gone into it, and look, I just really want to say I would have loved to have seen it lower, but I will be supporting it today. So thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Joe?
I want to pay my rates because community is the lifeblood of our country and the environment is the petri dish in which we live. And I slightly move out of the ECAN remit in this speech because it must have been tough for our officers to read the papers on Monday and Tuesday. I support this plan and I support this long-term plan. And I say to Stephanie and our Canterbury officers, hold the line. Do not fear change, embrace it. And that's what you've been doing already. Because no one knows where this is going, so do not feel the weight of this change as your responsibility. And social tides and the tides of history are far bigger than one council, or one politician, or even one party. Now I'll climb off my soapbox for a minute. Talk about a non-political party, a more social one. So I have a membership at Hapuna Tai Moana, the New Brighton Hot Pools. And when I go there 3-4 evenings a week to sauna and plunge, to process what's going on in the world in my life, watching the tide coming in, going out, I see Rob, I see John and others, can't list them all today. But we've formed a sauna community just by going. A social group where we welcome everyone who enters unless they're doing something really unusual. They're part of the club. And this is what my rates go towards. I catch the bus back to Avonside. It takes 25 minutes from New Brighton to the city in the evening and costs $2. That's what my rates go toward. And from July 7, it'll be $3. And you know why we're not getting hammered about this by our constituents? Because the majority of people still look at that and go, that's still affordable. That is still extremely good value. The freshly resurfaced road beneath the bus, with the water mains running underneath, carrying water to thousands of homes, that's what my rates go toward. On the bus, I'm reading a book that I ordered through the library for free that arrived a week later into the shining tūranga. That's what. The reality is, if you don't engage with civic life, and that's not necessarily the fault of the individual, it's societal, it's economic, you get the quarterly instalment reminder and you think, $12.50, jeepers. But those people don't see the stop banks being built, the trees being planted, or the cameras monitoring endangered species, fighting for survival in our wetlands as the tides go in and the tides go out. My message to ratepayers is simple. Use our services. When we all engage, we grow together. We preserve local democracy. We stay nimble and bespoke for Christchurch, Canterbury, and the South Island. The alternative is to trust Wellington to spend our money better and trust Wellington to handle our data better. And I don't even need to go into what we've witnessed in this chamber in the last 3 years and some of the stuff that comes out of Wellington. Finally, I want to address the 5.8% increase. That's an outstanding result, given where our community's economy is at, while still funding initiatives like the Route 7 uplift, the Christchurch biodiversity targeted rate, and many other things. And I actually want to pay a specific tribute to Deputy Chair Swiggs for his work in achieving that number and the work that you are doing in displaying leadership for this council. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Grant?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, it's pretty undeniable that 5.8% rates rise is pretty good, considering it's about certainly the last 5 years the lowest that we've had. But so too, we have been unable to, or as Councillor Southworth suggested, that there are a lot of external things at play that have resulted in the changes to get down from the 9.9% that we went and consulted on And they do include things like lower inflation, lower debt funding, PT services that we've had to cut because of lack of government funding, and they're pretty huge. So really what this does is that it pushes things further down the line, really, in terms of transport. If we have to pick it up again, what are the costs going to be in the future? But look, it is good, and I'm sure a lot of people will accept it. In terms of prioritisation, that word worries me sometimes. I look at the strategic direction, and I've been looking at this for 5 years. It's pretty much unchanged. It gives a long-term aspirations. It talks about the things, the strategic priority stuff. It talks about our vision and purpose, and it talks about our guiding principles. And that's really important. And I don't think that some of the decisions that we make along the way in terms of this annual plan have actually addressed those issues really strongly. And I particularly bring up the acceleration of regeneration of the natural environment. I was really disappointed at the proposals, amendments to the annual plan deliberations process. I was trying to get through a couple of environmentally focused amendments, advocating some additional funding to the Waiau for Action to Income program, and they were not supported, but they would have given some additional funding for biodiversity projects and biosecurity projects. The Waiau for Action Fund is heavily oversubscribed, meaning that hundreds of people, volunteers across Canterbury, are wanting to help restore the degraded environment where we live. This delivers fantastic outcomes for the environment and improves the personal health of those people who are actually participating. They feel good. They feel like they're doing something positive. And for a few dollars, I don't think that they probably really care. They get more satisfaction with contributing to the environmental improvement. And I also particularly relate that to the recent discussion document from the Department of Conservation, the 2020-50 implementation strategy. And it's pretty clear that with lack of government funding for conservation projects and biodiversity and those sorts of things and climate change, that they are going to be and really wanting to work more closely with communities and businesses, iwi and hapus and individuals to help protect and restore the environment. And really that was all talking about a combined effort. So, we have a major government agency looking out to the broader community, including regional and TA councils. So that was one thing that disappointed me. The other thing was the same as Councillor Southworth picked up, because I supported her in the proposed amendment to increase the consents charging from 66 to 75%. This was in support of the many submitters who actually advocated for a greater share of user pays. And my reasoning was that consents are primarily issued to the direct financial benefit of an applicant. And I consider that 75% was fair, given that our revenue financing policy, page 205, 206 of the long-term plan, it would have saved the general ratepayers $2.2 million. And then my feeling was that if there had been a little bit of give in those councillors who voted against that, that would have contributed to the environmental projects that I was advocating. And it is interesting who voted for and against that, and it's worthwhile having a look at that. We must go forward positively. We must be bold, and I think that it is important that we don't forget about our environment. And that we go forward really strongly. And I know that the levels of service, even though we've got down to 5.8, the levels of service, from my understanding, is pretty much remain unchanged, which is good. But there are people out there wanting to do stuff and help our environment. So look, I'm obviously going to support it, but hopefully in the next long-term plan, we'll pay a little bit more attention to our environmental focus.
Thanks, Grant. I've got Dion next, and I know Nick, you're definitely on the list, but we've got time for pretty much one more speech before lunch, and then what I'm proposing to do is we'll just have to come back to this after we deal with our externals after lunch, so that because I'm picking up that some more councillors may want to speak to it, and plus we have 8.2 to do as well after that. So way go Dion, and then we'll break for lunch and come back to this after those other items.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Joe, for your kind words. But it's a team effort of everybody that's sitting around the table here as well. We get some things that we want to see, we get some things we don't want to see. I just ask questions and point fingers and go, here, look what's going on here. And I mean, I do ask lots of questions and say lots of things, but look, it is a team effort, and there are a lot of people who have put a lot of effort into here, and I know Vicky is very passionate about some of this stuff as well, so I do, recognise the work that you've done here, and that's really important, and everybody else. Look, I've wrote a few notes. Some of the good things here that I really like here is we're doing that additional capacity for the Route 86 Starfield to Christchurch, which was asked for by our communities out there. The implementation of the trial service improvements for the 85. The network safety officers, making that permanent. Hearing all the time about safety in public transport and around our city. That is really, really critical, and that's just really cool that we've been able to make that permanent, and we've got that assurance about how we can potentially make that service more efficient for us in the future. Supporting the Te Kaha bus services, it's really cool. This is coming, and we've been able to put money on the budget for that. The community vehicle trusts, we've been able to adjust some and get them inflation adjusted. I don't know why that hasn't been happening in the past, but it's great to see that happening now, and also a commitment to help them in the future, to see where we can make more improvements there. The rest of network business service process we've also done with interim engagement with the community about the business PT Futures Investment Program, the strategic framework for the Greater Christchurch and Timaru networks. There's a lot of stuff that we're doing here, and this is really, really, really awesome. I recognise what Councillor Burns said around the volatility. It is a very volatile world at the moment, and if you look at the futures of oil right now, it's just dropped back to where it was 2 weeks ago. So who knows what's going to happen with this volatility around our financial markets? But we're in a point in time now where we've got to make some decisions. We are in a relatively good position in our council. We've got a surplus coming from this financial year. There's pressure on the organisation around our staff levels, and I really would need to recognise that is making people work harder. And I appreciate the work that the Chief Executive has been doing in that respect, and working through the teams to make sure that we're getting the most out of our people. But people are under pressure around the decisions that we're asking of the council. The cost of living is real, so 5.8% is still more than the cost of inflation at the moment, and there are fears of cost escalations. You look at CPI; it is trending upwards. Consents, I think, yes, we can look at our consents. We've got so many of them. The way that we're processing them could be a lot more efficient. Let's look at that in the next financial year. Let's look at that so that when we do start looking at the next plan, especially the long-term plan, we can make sure that we're getting good cost recoveries. But I do want to say that our PT subsidy is still 87%. Can we deliver a more efficient public service and get better returns for that? That might be something we can also look at as well. But I just wanted to say that I do support the annual plan in its current form. I don't necessarily like unbalanced budgets, but let's work at that in the future. And thanks everybody for the work that you have done. And I do want to recognise everybody around the table for the input that they have made.
Kia ora, Dion. Now, can I just get an indication of any more councillors that wish to speak to this? So I've got Ian, Genevieve. That's right. We haven't got time now though, so we're gonna come back. So that's cool. So there's at least 3-4 more. So look, we are going to adjourn for lunch and break for lunch, and then come back at 1 o'clock with item 8.5. So we're going to suspend this debate, and we'll come back to that after item 8.4. We'll come back to this. Ka pai. Thank you. Thanks everybody. Kia ora, so welcome back. As said before the break, we're going to jump to item 8.5 now. So we've suspended the debate on 8.1 and we're jumping to 8.5, which is on page 108 of our agenda. And that's about elections 2025 and the adoption of a communications policy for the pre-election period, which is a pretty standard thing that we need to do to protect us all. So we've got Lisa Goodman, our General Manager of Governance, and also our Deputy Electoral Officer, there you go, in this case, and Anthony Morton, who's helps us with the elections and I think does work all over the country, actually. So I'll hand over to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou. We are about to enter what is known as the pre-election period. That's the 3 months leading up to the local body elections on the 11th of October. And this report essentially mirrors the advice given and the decisions taken by Council in June 22. We are seeking Council's formal adoption of a pre-election period, formal adoption of a communications policy for that period, and we will also have in place some pre-election protocols for councillors and for staff, which are attached to this report as well. These documents and the decisions being sought today all reflect sector-wide practice within local government sector prior to the election, and they're based on advice, some principles established from the Auditor, the Office of the Auditor General, and Simpson Grierson, who have advised local government in that respect. But I guess just to summarise the reason why, in paragraph 5 of this report is really probably the most important paragraph of the report. The reason for seeking these decisions is to minimise the risk of adverse public scrutiny of the Council's decisions and business, to minimise the risk of breaches of electoral legislation, and to minimise the risk of anyone challenging the electoral results because of staff or councillor actions during the pre-election period. So this is all about safeguarding the work that we do and minimising any risk of perception that we would be favouring any candidates over another. So I'd like to invite questions, and I have invited our electoral officer, Anthony Morton, along because, as the chair's just said, he has been talking about these issues with a whole range of councils, and he may be able to assist with answering any questions that you have.
Thanks, Lisa. Is it Anthony? Did you want to say anything before we get into it, or just happy to answer questions?
Kia ora koutou and good afternoon, councillors. No, I'm fine, Mr Chair, if you're happy with that. I'm just available to answer questions if anybody's got anything.
Thank you. Questions? I'll go to Dion first and then back to you, Genevieve.
Thanks, Chair. Something that just popped into my mind when you were speaking around candidates. Does this apply to councillors who are not seeking re-election, or is it everybody?
Look, for clarity, it will apply to all councillors, and the pre-election period starts almost at the beginning of the nominations period. So we won't know exactly who is going to stand until the 1st of August, and then it can get a little bit tricky. So for clarity's sake, there's a blanket rule here, and it worked effectively in 22 as I understand it.
Thanks. Genevieve.
Oh, thank you. It's related, but I'm just wondering if it's slightly different as well. With regards to the actions or operations of the councillors within council when we're looking at things like plans or policies, what is the, I guess, I don't know what you call it, the silent period or whatever, for not being able to put things forward for consideration in front of council? What period is that?
Could I just ask a question of clarification? Are you thinking of things like notices of motion to a council meeting, or is that?
Well, probably like plan changes or notices of motion or similar things that are considered probably big.
Sorry, I turned my microphone off. I think if I draw your attention to page 1110 and paragraph 11A, I mean, the operation of local authorities continues during the pre-election period, so councillors continue to have the right to govern and make decisions. So the primary focus of this report is more about communications and trying to avoid perception of promoting or being perceived to promote the prospects of any candidate or potential candidate. So there is no rule, if you like, in terms of councillors being able to raise issues or business with staff or at the council table.
Thanks, Lisa. Any other? Yeah, Ian?
Well, just one question really, and it's not directly related to 8.5, but it is to do with the election. At the last election, the Regional Council funded some big billboards which were put up around the outskirts of Christchurch, which put quite a slant on the type of person who might have been encouraged to stand for the Regional Council. It was very much slanted towards an environmental protection position, and I think they were taken down because they were considered inappropriate. Has the council thought about its role in terms of how it might advertise the elections and how people should vote or what candidates should stand?
Well, certainly, and there are staff protocols attached for your information, and you can see that the overriding principle for staff is when organising any form of communication with regard to echem business is neutrality. So we do strive to achieve that objective. I'm not sure about the specific example that you gave, but it's certainly an issue very much in the front of mind for our communications and engagement staff.
Peter?
Just a point, Chair, that I think one of the things we need to recognise is that you are a councillor up until the results are carried out, so therefore your function as a councillor is a responsibility to the council because business continues, and therefore you don't want to be seen to be criticising council because it is still your council, and I'd just like to make that point because I think we get a bit fast and loose sometimes with our mouths when we're trying to get votes.
Thanks, Peter. Any other questions? Lisa?
I'd just like to finish, Chair, from my perspective, to say if there's any questions from councillors with regard to the councillor protocols that are attached to this report, then certainly I'm very happy to answer them, and so is Anthony. His contact details are on our elections website as well, so either of us are very happy to offer any guidance or clarification.
Cool, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Anthony. We'll take it from here in terms of get the resolutions up. So we've got 3 resolutions here around adopting this pre-election comms policy. Do I have a mover for this? Thank you, Peter, and seconded by Councillor Mackay. Claire, thank you. Do you want to speak to that at all, Peter? Oh, you just did before. Yeah. Ka pai, Claire, any other discussion required? No, thank you. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So we're now going to go back to 8.4, and that's in relation to Yvette. It's great to have you. So actually 2 former representatives that have sat at this table, Elizabeth and Yvette, no mai, hoki mai, kia kōrua. It's great to have you with us today. So awesome to have your presence, and also obviously we have Manaia and Gail as well from Rapaki and Kaukarata, so kia ora kōrua. Great to have you here as well. So I'm going to hand over to Judith first, and we'll introduce the paper. Just get some more seats if you need them.
Oh, I'm just going to hand over to Manaia.
Yeah, kei koe. Yeah.
Haringa mai ki konei, e kia mai taku mama, rea tū, me mihi atu kia katoa, mō koutou mahi, he tino, he kereru, he poho kereru, tōku māmu pāna tōku nohonga, e te tēpū nei. ladies and gentlemen, we knew today it was coming. We went for a cup of tea, and Mum goes, "Make sure you stand up and acknowledge the council, acknowledge everything they do." And because Mum loved it here and does, and you can see she won't leave. So my mahi now is to stand up to acknowledge each and every one of you, to come and support the kaupapa, but to you, the chair, to all your fellow councillors, to Stephanie and Ngā Kaimahi. Here's just a greeting from Te Pātaka Raka Houtu, whānau from Ngāti Wheke, regarding this paper. Kia ora mai tātou.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for having us along this afternoon. We're here to talk to the item 8.4, which is a request by the Whakaora co-governors for Environment Canterbury receive $200,000 grant from Lyttelton Port Company in order for us to administer that grant to deliver on some projects that have been identified through the governance group in their work. I'm not going to say anything else about the paper. Take the paper as read, but open the floor to here as one of the co-governors for Whakaraupo.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora and good to be back. Along with both of us sitting here. You certainly have the whakapapa of Whakaora sitting right alongside you right now. So I'm, of course, as the co-chair of the Governor's Whakaora group, and I'm here to speak to this this paper in terms of asking you, and we do apologise that it was late coming in, but that's mainly because we're in a collaborative process. And when you're in a collaborative process, as you know, you need to ensure that everybody has a voice within that with the 5 partners. And then from that process into the governors. So just quickly, just saying there is support from the governors for the senior managers of the 5 partners to go ahead and to pursue looking at the next stages that the Whakaora plan and work. Can I just say also too that during my tenure years that we're here, we took the councillors to Raupaki, and there at Raupaki we actually talked there, and Jenny at the time was really excited about looking at the sedimentation, that how we, because the Whakaora group could actually start to look at addressing that. And we also put it in Ngāti Wheke, also addressed it also in the annual plan as well in that year. So we have a history of pursuing this, and at long last we're underway, and with the support of this invoice going through to enable us to get some pennies to be able to start that process. We are asking you to support this paper, and thank you very much. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Yvette. Kia ora. Any questions from councillors? Nook, I think you've got a question.
Ai, mihi atu kia koutou o ki whanaunga.
Chair Pauling.
Yeah, you got a question too.
Kai te roko.
Right. Oh, you can't hear? Can you hear now? Sorry. Oh, they can't hear at all? Oh, okay. Well, Taiho will just have a slight adjournment, and we'll try and figure that out. It's important that they can be involved in this, so just Taiho. So thank you. We've been able to sort that minor technical glitch, so that's great. So I think we were at a question from Councillor Korako. Thank you.
Manawatia o Mataraki, Mahuraki, yeah, Matariki. My question is to Judith. What I want to be clear on is that when we look at the funds that come into Whakaora Healthy Harbour, so there's an annual 87,000, that's an annual income, and then now we've got an extra 200,000 that's come through the Lyttelton Port Company. So those two totals, do they both come from the Lyttelton Port Company? Okay. So the next part of this is that once so all of those funds are actually paid into ECAN, Canterbury Regional Council.
At the moment, only one is, which is the 87,000. This is a one-off, not an annual contribution like Christchurch City Council and Lyttelton Port Company currently do, which was set out in the long-term plan, ongoing. Yeah.
Okay, so this 200,000, when it arrives, I mean, and then from there, ECAN's responsibility is to administer it. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Take me through, how that administering takes place. I mean, does the majority of the funds, say on this one, is it actually going to be used in-house for, ECAN services?
Look, I'm happy to talk you through that. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with the arrangements we have to support the co-governance initiatives we have, the several of them.
Yeah, I'm very, very aware of how, we're talking, Wainono, Waihora, etc. I understand that. But this one is a one-off, as you said. So I just really want to know, we got the whakapapa right, where it comes from. What I want to know, though, is how is this going to be utilised inside of Canterbury Regional Council?
So the intention with utilising this, like we do with some of those national programs where we get additional money for wilding and wallabies works, we have a project coordinator who will help undergo the procurement process to deliver the contract for service on the project, the decision support tool that's been identified. So we will be essentially setting up the procurement and delivery and overseeing that procurement on behalf of them, reporting back to the governance group. So the governance group is dictating the work to be done, not our staff, and we are just supporting it through the administration aspects of getting a procurement and a contract for service out and progress reporting and feeding that progress reporting back to the governance group and the senior managers group.
Thanks, Judith.
Supplementary.
You have another question?
Yeah, let's look at proportions then. So, and I'm just talking about our in-house services to actually develop, are actually used, once you've administered the money. What is it, 10%? Is it 20%? What?
0%. Because with the current program staff, we've got all the skills we need. The 200K will go directly into delivery within the catchment. There is no takeoff or no overheads other than what's already in place, because this is going to be the priority for the partnership. And so there is no additional costs, I guess, internally.
Thanks, Johannes. You got any other questions?
Do you want to explain that to me, maybe? Because all I'm asking is that, so you're building this tool.
This is not built in-house. We don't hold the expertise that we need for this type of modelling.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Oh, no, I don't think there was. I think that was about the not being able to hear, but yeah.
Yeah, I've got a question, and it's sort of, first of all, I want to say that any grants are great, because having worked for Te Kohaka o Tūhaitara for 13 years, I know how difficult it is when you're competing against everyone and you have a brilliant idea. And I just also want to acknowledge the work that the Whakatau governors and all of the people associated with it have been doing. But I can't help but note that in March this year, the likes of Henry Couch, I think Councillor Karakia as well might have been involved, but there was quite a bit of press around issues with LPC and the extending work which would cause sedimentation in the harbour. Is it likely to, by accepting the grant, is it likely to cause any pressure for those people that have spoken out previously? And I'm not trying to put you in a horrible position, but it's clearly very important to the people that did speak out to the media about the kaimoana, the restoration of the harbour, the bottom, etc. Kia ora.
Greg, I think that's a good question, but I mean, I don't think it impacts on our decision that we have in front of us to approve this funding. So But Judith, if you have a response.
Yeah, look, I actually had a conversation with Paul Hulse as regulatory implementation, and myself in my role in catchment implementation around these aspects where you have a company that's got its own operations, and we regulate some of that, and that's done through, and those decisions around regulation and what's required are held by Environment Canterbury to make. I guess the difference we've got here is this is a project of work beyond outside that's not required as part of regulation. Maybe it will provide information to inform future direction, of course, for all parties, but it's the decision makers around this project sit with the co-governance group, not Environment Canterbury, and our staff around consenting and compliance are not involved in this space. So I guess as they're managing that line, and we do this all the time with other agencies as well. I just wanted to highlight.
Thanks, Judith. Councillor Kramer, you got a question?
Kia ora koutou. Koutou, ki rongo o ia vet e tibitaka. I didn't hear of it at the start, so this is just in regards to the Whakaora governors. I take it that there was 100% support from everyone around the table.
Yeah, and in terms of this project that the funding's required for.
Yes.
Yep.
The governors had their hui march, where the senior managers presented to the governors in regards to looking at the process that we needed to go down from the review of the plan, and what has come out of that is terms of the sedimentation, and gave to the governors direction in terms of what they saw would be the direction that we would need to go through. Part of that was in terms of if we was the 200 to enable us to be able to get a scope of works from the people that had been brought together in the wānanga. So the governors approved having the wānanga and bringing together all the people from each of the partnership, each of the partners together to start to pursue at how we could start looking at bringing this all together. Now that that has been done and we have full collaboration not only from each of those partnership people that were there, consultants, universities, they were all there within that wānanga. We have a collaborative process that has been going ahead, and the governors gave them the nod to be able to do this. One of the things we did note, though, that in terms of looking at funding to enable the community, because this plan is a community plan, and it is to enable the 5 communities, catchments within Whakatau to be able to have the funding to be able to undertake their projects. So the governors, yes, it's a bit long-winded, Yayan, but the governors gave the approval to the senior managers to continue with their mahi to be able to bring together a scope of works to be able to look at employing the expressions of interest. And that's the point that we're at now.
Thanks, Yvette. This might be a really obvious question, but I note that there's the estuary support tool. I know that's for estuaries, but I'm assuming there's an application that is really useful for whakataupo in terms of, can you tell us a little bit more about that? Or maybe we can't, but Johannes, you might be able to help.
That is probably a technical definition of whether something is an estuary or an harbour. We're focused on whakataupo. The word estuary comes from other areas across the country where this has been developed successfully and implemented across harbours and estuaries. In this case, maybe I should change the word estuary to harbour. It effectively is a decision support tool amongst many other things that will help.
And in terms of sediment in particular,
yes,
or sediment movement. Thank you. Peter.
Yeah. It's good to see you back here, Yvette, and you've always been a really strong advocate around whakaraupo, so it's good to see that work continuing and your passion still existing for that. My question is, and then maybe Johannes can answer this, is about the development of the tool. Is there base information now that other people are using across the country that will form some of this tool? It's not a let's go from zero to a tool.
There is this type of tool has been used and has been developed. It's now the inputting data and the specificity of catchments or areas that needs the tweaking and the expertise.
Cool, awesome. Okay, thank you. That's. Oh, you got a question, Grant? Sorry.
Oh, I was really just following up on this issue of the estuary support tool versus harbour or whatever. But I noticed in item 10, there's a reference to the tool will be based on the coastal receiving environment support tool. So that's where it will sit within the coastal receiving environment. Okay, thank you.
Cool, thanks, Grant. Hey, thank you so much. Let's go to the resolutions that we have. We've got 2 on the table. So, do I have a mover for that, Vicky?
Sorry, I forgot to say, am I allowed to, I think I'm able to move and also vote because I am on the co-governance group, but, and I forgot to take advice on that earlier. Forgot to hear what I think it was.
I mean, you're representing us there, Vicky, so that we've all agreed to you being on that, so, yep. How do people feel that's all good? Yeah. Cool. Yep. So, do I have a mover? Vicky, you want to move it? Cool. Kapai? Yeah, you can second it, Genevieve. Do you want to speak to it now?
Yep, I will do. So firstly, just say it's been an absolute privilege to work for a second term alongside Yvette Couch-Lewis, albeit in a different role, and to be on the Whakaora Healthy Harbour, which has got this fantastic plan that was award-winning, the Whakaora Healthy Harbour plan. And in that, it's really clear that sediment is the most sort of difficult and important issue to get on top of to improve the quality of the harbour. The sources of sediment, I'm sure there's sediment coming off most of the sides of the hills right around the whole of the harbour, but the tool that's being looked at will help to identify the most critical sources. And what that then means is that you can work out how best to spend the funding that you have available. And we're lucky to have some awesome community groups right around the Whakaora, the Whakaraupo area, and also Ngāti Whaki, who absolutely plays such an important role here. And so, working with those groups to basically bring all of those things together to make the most progress the quickest that we can is what the purpose of this is. And so it's great to have this lump of funding coming to enable that to happen. But the even more exciting thing is that it potentially provides the opportunity to then go out and go, here's how much we need, and see if we can get some much bigger pots of funding from philanthropic sources. So this is a sort of stepping stone to really scaling up. So I'm really, really hopeful that there is good support for this, and I'm really excited about where this will lead Whakaraupo after this. So yeah, please support. Kia ora.
Genevieve, you happy? Anyone else wish to speak to the resolutions?
Look, first of all, as a Ngāi Tahu Canterbury Regional Councillor, I mean, I have no issues at all about, funding, particularly for a kaupapa such as Whakaora Healthy Harbour. I do actually question, and it's probably not for this day, but I question actually where this actual funding comes from. Because we're talking about sediment in the harbour, we're actually talking about the construction of a tool, to assist that. And yet, where the money is coming from, we know it's coming from the Lyttelton Port Company. You only have to look at the impact that the Lyttelton Port Company is having actually on the marine environment in Whakatau. So, in one hand, what we have is, a major corporate actually donating money, funding a tool that actually is going to deal with sediment, and yet per annum they dump 6,000 tonnes worth of sediment, actually either in the harbour or just off the head. And so I'm just putting it there, is that we shouldn't, and I'm going to come now, I'll just make that first point, because I really do struggle with the source of this funding. But it is what it is, unfortunately, and we've just heard that Whakaora Healthy Harbour, the partners, the governance board on that has actually agreed with all of this, and good on you, accept the money, but I think that we look at the whakapapa where that money comes from, and in that way it actually feels to me quite uncomfortable. The next part of it is when we look at this, is that you're wanting approval for a delegation of authority from ECAN. And I take into account what our staff have just said about the process. I mean, we're not, this is actually, we're administering that money, and that money is actually not going to go anywhere near ECAD. Okay, so even though we've got all these services here because we actually want to keep neutral, well then they're just going to administrate it and then subcontract it out. Okay, but I think that there is a bigger discussion in some ways here, and it's actually about ECAN and the relationship with a major corporate like the Lyttelton Port Company, and those consents and all that we monitor and regulate. And yet we're using that funding from then, and then we're also administering it. And so all I'm saying here is that I want to be really clear here. I'm not questioning the immense value of the Whakaora Healthy Harbour kaupapa, not one bit. And I'm also not questioning the tireless work of those who have long advocated and worked at the coalface for the hauora and the oranga of Whakatau, the health and the well-being. Rather, I'm concerned about the implications of ECAN being the administrator of this funding. And maybe when we look at this, and I know, as Judith said before, is that we do this a lot. It's non-regulatory, and we do it a lot. But I think that we should be thinking about when there is actually a funder that is a major commercial entity, maybe we should be thinking about other options that takes us out of actually being too close to it, because it's actually the public optics on this thing. Maybe we talk about a third-party NGO intermediary. Maybe we talk about an iwi-led entity like MKT. Maybe we talk about a community-led panel around all of these grants. Because when we look at the history, the whakapapa of this, and particularly that particular entity and the impact that it's had on the harbour to date, that is where we have to be very, very careful that we don't actually have a conflict of interest anywhere, that all of our scientific mahi, all of our advice is actually not going to be put into question because we're actually too close. So I just put that there because that is my concern here around this. We need to be thinking, I think, better to make us safer in the fact that there's these other options that we can actually do. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Peter.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether I agree with you at all, actually, not in terms of what you've said, because there are obviously other things at play here. But I would have thought that this is a poacher gamekeeper situation where you've got the port company looking to find out more, give more empirical evidence to the suggestion that the harbour is getting more or less polluted. So I think that is a good thing. And I think the explanation that the ECAN staff have given in terms of the funnel to give it to that group to do that work is great. Those are the sorts of things that we should be doing. Now, the other discussion, not more than happy to have the other discussion with you about other factors, but I think in terms of its pureness right now, at this model, at the start of this is exactly what we should be doing. So well done to you.
Kia ora, Peter. Yeah, I can come to you at the end, Genevieve, at the seconder, but just any other speakers at the moment? No? I go. Oh, Grant, you do want to? And then I'll come to you, Genevieve.
I kind of agree with Peter, but I also agree with Nook really in the things that he's raising. Raises issues for a whole lot of elements that we get involved in, sponsorships, all those sort of things. So, I mean, at some point, at some time, probably the next council to have a discussion about that and how do we deal with the potential perceived bias and conflict of interests in those accepting of cash or whatever. So, yeah, but no objection to this currently.
Thanks, Grant. Genevieve?
Gosh. I actually agree with Nook. I'm sorry on this one. Actually, I'm not sorry. I have seconded it, but I'm just saying I agree with it going forward for the money, but can I not say the reasons why I think it's questionable? Clear? Goodness me. I'm sorry, but I think it will definitely help with what's going on in the environment, but I don't necessarily think it's the best way forward. I think what Nook's saying is someone else needs to take this on rather than us, because it is, I consider it to be a little bit questionable myself too, considering we are the consent holder of some of the issues that are going on, the reclamation for one, which is another one, and also the means of the ability to actually dump some effluent and other sediments quite close to the heads of the harbour. I mean, it's all contributing to the overall state of the environment, and I'm not sure $200,000 is actually going to cut it. I'm sorry, I'm being really honest here. But yeah, I think I feel like it's very greenwashy. I'm really sorry, but if I can't say it here, then it does. It feels very greenwashy, and it may be put to use and be very beneficial, but at the cost of what? And although I'm putting it forward, I can still have an opinion on why I've put it forward. I think it's needed, but the means to get there, you know, we've got to question our methods to madness.
Kia ora, Genevieve. Vicky, do you want to round this off?
Well, I was actually wondering if Yvette or Elizabeth would like to speak to some of what's been raised. Is that allowed? I'm not sure what the process is.
I think we should,
because they're still sat at the table.
I think we should finish our debate and make our decision. I think that's the most important thing to do right here. And look, I agree with Peter. Like, the industry being involved in solutions is a must. It's a must. You have a look at, in terms of freshwater at the moment, we can't do any plans around freshwater. We're not allowed to under the RMA changes. So a key aspect of that is what is industry going to do alongside of us? And so I think we've had presentations on the non-statutory work that we can do. So they have to be involved. They are part of the solution. Yes, they are part of the problem, but so are we all. So I just think that's a really important part of this whole process. So really happy to put this to the vote. So all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And awesome work. Keep up the good work. Really acknowledge the mihis that have been given, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of the work that's been proposed. So kia ora. Tēnā koutou. So we're going to circle back now to 8.1. So we were in the middle of our debate on the adoption of our annual plan, and we had a number of speakers that were still keen to speak. I think Ian, actually, from memory, you were next. So I'll give you a moment to gather your thoughts, and then we can... What's that? Yeah, true. So put your hand back and I'll take those names down. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Nick. Cool. Of course we did. Okay, are we ready to go? So just get our minds back to adoption of annual plan. We've had some great speeches already to support this, and Ian, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, like John and various other councillors, I want to commend the organisation for the reducing the proposed rates rise from the just under 16% to just under 6%. But I want to note that the reduction is not spread evenly across all the ratepayers, and has a bias towards Christchurch, as Vicky, for the reasons that Vicky has already talked about. That Ashburton and Selwyn districts are disproportionately affected, and for most parts will still have an increase over 10%. And these communities have made it clear in their submissions to the Regional Council that we should curb our enthusiasm for spending their money, especially on non-core activities. And this goes to the issue that I think a couple of councillors said we are prioritising. I'm not sure that we are prioritising enough. And if councillors want more money for projects like biodiversity, which I have no issue with being, I agree, are very commendable, then we should be cutting expenditure on some of our non-core activities, and there are plenty of those. And my assessment is that these non-core programs, and I think of Enviro Schools, the Youth Ropu, which is not much more than the youth wing of the Green Party, and various other projects, it comes to several million. And in fact, and that millions of dollars of expenditure comes to limited accountability for assessing outcomes. And that doesn't, and I'm specifically not referring to any of our expenditure on biodiversity here. So if you want to spend more money in important areas, cut out some of the non-core activities that we fund at the moment, and there's plenty of those to choose through. And I specifically oppose the increase in the cost recovery on the fees and charges, on consenting charges. I support the principle. In fact, when the previous council voted to support moving towards 100% cost recovery on consenting charges, I supported that. But that was a condition, and it was that this council the council staff would move to an efficient and effective consenting regime that would contain costs, and I think subsequently we should reflect that we should also be recognising and rewarding those people who are actually doing a lot out in the, especially the rural areas, in terms of increasing biodiversity and achieving the environmental outcomes required. But that's not happening. And in fact, it seems to be almost the opposite, that our continue would suggest that our attitudes to consent applications and to the duration conditions of those applications once they've been gone through the mill is to find reasons to make those applications complex and therefore a difficult process, and therefore for consent applicants, and therefore expensive. So it goes back to my point earlier, which is if you want to save money, if you want to have a full cost recovery, let's have faith that we have a consenting process that actually is as cheap and as efficient and as effective as possible, and we are recognising and rewarding the good operators in the industry. And this isn't just about farmers; this is about everybody. And I can cite examples of non-farming consent applications which have cost unnecessarily huge amounts of money. And I also look at the environmental gains from the consent conditions compared to a process where you could actually agree on all those consent conditions prior to the application, and wonder where the benefit to the Canterbury region is. So I'm actually going to vote against this year's annual plan, and I tried to be noble by voting in favour of the last long-term plan, and I've realised that actually that has compromised my ability to criticise some of our programs, and so I'm making a stand on this program, on this annual plan, because as other friends of mine have pointed out that I shouldn't have voted in favour of the long-term plan. So my intent is to vote against this annual plan.
Greg, you're next.
Kia, thanks, Chair. To our ratepayers, just to carry out the activities that we carried out in the last financial year costs more. Inflation, insurances, all sorts of costs are added on. That's just to provide last year. In last year's annual long-term plan, this year's annual plan, we heard from many people who wanted to provide more services, wanted us to provide more staff. We had opportunities to increase some of the revenue we brought in, but of course it wasn't voted for, so we didn't get it. The government too have had a major impact upon the rates that we are at. Again, someone earlier said that it's not something to backslap. I think it might have been Councillor Swiggs, that we're down to the 5.8, apologies, because it's simply that things aren't going to be done. A lot of the things that our community came in and said, we want them. And that's including the likes of the Mayor of Selwyn, who wanted more PT, the Mayor of Ashburton, who wanted a greater proportion of user pays for processing consents. The government too impacts on us, sometimes for good, sometimes not so good. They impact the council's ability to do things, and when they don't support established programs, we have to cut them ourselves. Like other speakers, I acknowledge the difficult times for our ratepayers, and many in my ward will be struggling now, especially when I look at the impact of our government with their attack on workers, on women, on the environment, on Māori, and the perverse policies in order to at least make their budget look acceptable. I think 3.7 million for tax cuts alone, on top of last year's 2 billion for accommodation allowance. That's certainly priorities I see for people to function in a society that cares about each other. I'm sad we're not progressing some of the PT. I do acknowledge that we do have one uptake, and that is great, because that particular part of our Greater Christchurch is really chugging along, but I certainly have a lot of sympathy for the people out in the Selwyn. Just finally, I would add that I love Enviro schools. I love all of our staff in this building, young people to have a damn about their community. So anyway, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Genevieve? Oh, I can keep going, come back.
Well, I still believe in social equity, and so do my constituents. Covering 33% of consent fees through general rates is not the means to a better future for these people, or for a better biodiversity outcome. Wealth and power should not be directed into the hands of just a few to pursue their own goals through the subsidies of others. My community wants to see fair equity in all considerations for water, both drinkable and swimmable, a future for their own children, for the people and the environment. They want to be acknowledged, validated. Biodiversity is being trickle-fed at the moment through this government reform, where big agriculture receives the bigger handouts and regional deals. They're prioritised ahead of communities. I do support this annual plan, but I do question how some few around this table can see the equity in allowing communities to pay 33% of consent fees, where individually you may be receiving all the benefits. So that's just what I leave with.
Peter.
Oh yeah, thank you. We're obviously in election year. That's the first thing I'd say, because we're getting into some depth here that I don't think is required, but that's a personal opinion. This is the most important issue that we do. It's one of the three main things that, as a governor, you're responsible for, and possibly outside of appointing a chief executive, the financial strategy that you put forward before your council for the next 12 months is the most important thing. I think 5.8% right at this point in time is serendipitous. I don't think anyone can slap themselves on the back about that. I take exception to weaponising my vote record. I really do. Go and have a look at who voted for and who voted against. In terms of this annual plan, and in terms of the way I vote on the issues that I think my community would support and why they want me here. And if you go south of Rangitata, that's 40% of Canterbury down there. Fortunately, we've only got 67,000 people. But they have my back in terms of doing this. So my issues, being a rural councillor, are so much different from council issues, from Christchurch, central Christchurch issues. And so that's where we may have a clash. And that's how we may see injustice for each other. And so I'm reasonably comfortable, sleep reasonably well at night for this. But I think congratulating yourself at 5.8, or us congratulating ourselves at 5.8, is not something we should do. There's a whole lot of stuff that lined up that meant it was 5.8. So thanks, Craig.
No.
Kia ora tātou. Look, all the sort of highs of this annual plan actually have been expressed by previous speakers. What I want to do is just take it from a Māori perspective, because historically the Māori voting has been very below average across local elections. And in my term here as a Ngaitahu councillor, it's given me the opportunity to get out there and actually talk to our people, because it's really interesting, because a number of things, there's a lot of distrust, there's for the lack of engagement, the voting system complexity, poor outreach, and particularly the rhetoric around Māori wards, reversing of the 2021 law changes. But to them, believe it or not, they kind of see a light at the end of the tunnel in the fact that they have got representation here at this level, but also it gives them more interest, dare I say this. It's amazing how many of our people that I've talked to have said to me, oh, we're more interested in the long-term plan as opposed to just an annual plan, because that's the way we actually see things. But to be talking to them an annual plan, be talking about the factors that, working so hard to get rates down, it is actually, I think, the people that I talk to going out to the visibility hui. We have done 9 now, and the opportunity to talk to our people. They do see it. They see the true worth, actually. I think the ones that I've talked to in the as the mangai, to those 5 runanga particularly. So again, what they see here is kotahitanga, is that we're able to work with our fellow councillors. We have a lot of commonality, and it's something that they hold dear to their hearts, is about the taio. So I just want to acknowledge our staff, Stephanie, Craig. I mean, the same as the chair of ECAN to this table. All of that counts, actually. And the thing, my whakaaro has always been about trying to get our people, out there to vote. It happened in the last gig I had in politics, really hard to get people out to actually vote. But here as well, if you sit on your rights, you got no rights, actually. So kia ora to everyone that have actually been involved in this annual plan. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora, Nick. David, and then we'll go to Nick and John.
Thank you. 12 months ago, I was sitting around this table where we were debating our long-term plan at the time. We started out with roughly 32% as being where we were going to be looking at. By the time we got back to this table, it was at 21%. And then a late minute proposal that I felt reasonably comfortable with, we shaved another 2% off the rate rise for that year, ending up somewhere around about 18.9%. So whilst I might feel comfortable of being part of the process to whack another 2% off, 18% was still out of this world. We started this year with a proposed rate of 15%, went out to consultation at 9.9, and here we are today at 5.8. That's a hell of a long way from 32% 2 years ago. So I support, along with Councillor Mackenzie, a move to be looking towards an organisation that focuses on our core activities. There are a number of what we would call non-core activities that soak up a large amount of money, and I think we've got to be realistic going forward and look at the purpose of why we are here and what is our prime focus to deliver to our constituents. I find it a little dissertation. We are committed to moving towards a greater rate of recovery, which was always on the plan even last year. There are a lot of inequities in our consenting process and a lot of government reform coming forward that's probably going to dramatically review our consenting regime. So, look, I'm exceptionally comfortable at 5.8. I think we've come a long way. I'd like to offer my congratulations to staff for the work that's been done on this year's annual plan. I think it's hugely significant that we've actually got down into single-digit figures. We were patting ourselves on the back at 9.9, just 0.1% below double-digit figures, and here we are, almost half that again. So I'm very supportive of what's gone on behind the scenes with this annual plan. I'm comfortable in supporting the adoption of this annual plan, acknowledging Councillor Mackenzie's reservations, but I think we have to go forward with what we've got, and I think it's been a very good effort to get where we are. Thank you.
No.
adoption of our annual plan. Firstly, to our CEO, Chairman, staff and fellow councillors, thanks for all your input and dedication to our annual plan. I think we need to, and I know I was very anti last year when we settled at 18%, but to get to 5.8%, I think is no mean feat. And, you know, there has to be compromise around the table, and you do have to cut your cloth. And there's always wants and needs. And there will be some people who feel that the rates aren't spread evenly. To those 744 submitters, thanks for your submissions and thought-provoking discussions, desires, needs and wants. I believe we have achieved an annual plan that is workable, considering what our wider community wanted through consultation, the change in economic conditions, changing central government direction, and continued cost pressure for Canterbury ratepayers. As Councillor Scott alluded to before, you know, I vote the way that the people in my area would want me to vote. And so there's always going to be difference of opinions around the table, but as I said before, it's all about compromise. Public transport, it's not something that I specialise in, but I think it's great to see, subject to availability and funds, it's encouraging to see potential new services funded through targeted rates, discussions around community vehicles and trusts. I think this is a good positive way forward. Like Councillor McKenzie, I am concerned about the cost recovery for consents, and I was also concerned when one councillor around this table said that cat consent has no value to him. Well, just think about when we go out to have lunch every day, that food is produced by someone who has a consent. And you know, I'd be quite happy for consent to become 100% user pays if we could have longer term consents. The costs were less. You know, constantly get rung by ratepayers in my area about the cost of consents. $100, $150, $200, $1,000. It's a lot of money when you're only getting a consent for 5 to 8 years. You know, when I first started farming, I had a consent for 30 years. And you can go to a bank, it's very bankable, and you can do farm succession from one generation to the next. So I think that's something we need to look at going forward. So I won't talk about that too much more. And I'd just like once again to say thank you to all the staff for your effort, and I'm fully supportive of this plan, and I think that 5.8% rate rise is something we should all be proud of.
John, would you like to finish the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a wide-ranging conversation on this matter that is before us, the annual plan and its adoption. And there are different views, from an urban view, from a rural view, from consenting to public transport, to what are effective ratios. And I'm not going to relitigate everything, but I do not know one developer or infrastructure provider or territorial authority or consent holder that would not pay 100% for a fast, efficient and timely consenting process that gave some certainty. And this organisation, I have to say, is moving towards a better outcome from our consenting processes. We've got on top of backlogs, we've got things in place, but there is still a lot more to do. When we reach that point where we have good, clean, simple applications, information provided, outcomes provided, then there is no question of moving towards that higher figure. So it's not a philosophical view of who should or should not. In my mind, it is about service and the outcomes. So as I said at the very beginning, you cannot get everything that you want. But generally, with the work that we've done, the staff and the operations, we have what we need and we move on. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kia ora, John. Let's bring the resolutions up. So we've got number 2 and 3. Obviously moved earlier on by Councillor Sunkel and seconded by Councillor Ward. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. And any against? Councillor McKenzie, like that noted. Ka pai. So that's definitely carried. Thank you. Look, I just want to reiterate all the acknowledgements of our process that we've been through, in particular the work of Stephanie as our Chief Executive and the senior leaders and the staff and everyone who's involved in pulling this work together. Like we heard earlier on, like takes about 10 months to do. It is one of the most important things that we do as a regional council or in local government. It is a massive undertaking to achieve, and there's auditing and all sorts of stuff that's gone on. And with the pressures that we are under from central government, I just think it's a testament to what does need to happen and needs to remain happening at a local level. If the government had to do what we have to do with their budget, I'd love to see them try. So I just think we need to just be mindful of that and be somewhat conscious of all the work that goes into this. So and like Nick said as well, and others, all the people that contribute to that come in and give us feedback. And it's definitely noticeable this year that we listened to that feedback and tried to make changes accordingly. And so I'm very proud of our process and the collaboration that we've undertaken, not only amongst ourselves and with our staff, but with our community. The public transport resolutions that we made to put some more resource into exploring the needs out there outside of the current network, I think is really significant. So I'm very proud of that in there. But I do acknowledge some of the things that Councillor Southworth have raised as challenges for us all going forward. And for our next council, I really do hope we do grapple with them and try to find solutions and working with anybody who's willing to work with us. So, looking forward to that next challenge. So, kia ora koutou, acknowledging the work on our annual plan, and great to see that adopted. We do have another set of resolutions to do in terms of the rates, so the money part. In 8.2, so that's our next agenda item there on page 65. And if we bring the resolutions up, they definitely won't fit on one page. But people can see them there on page 65, and they actually go right through to a whole bunch of tables, right through to page 94, I think. I think I got that right. This is really raising the rates, and it's got all the different parts. So if our communities want to see the detail, that full glory. Dave, is there anything else you want to say before we get into the...
I'd only make one simple comment that to get this level of detail, we are reliant on information coming from the TAs, and I just want to provide you assurance that we don't just accept that, we stress test it the best we can to make sure that that appears reasonable, which is the basis for our calculations.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, and again, acknowledge all the work. You can see how much is involved here. You got a question? Yep, there you go, Greg.
Kia ora, thanks. And I think you've kind of answered it anyway. We've had the odd blip in the past where people have been charged too much or too little. I'm presuming we're going to be front-footing this just to make sure everything's kind of cool with everyone.
That was in behind my comment that I have understood that has been the case at times, and that's why I've played that role to ask the questions and make sure we have stress test things the best we can.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks, Greg. Dion, did you have your hand up to move the resolutions? Cool. I'm happy to do that. Do you want to second that, Greg? Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion required? Yeah, Grant.
We look at the figures, and I'm just looking at the moment now the differential catchment works rate for the Waimakariri Air Cust rating district. And the charges across those people affected range from about 93 cents to $5, depending on where. So you look at those figures and you think, wow, the benefit that people are getting from that scheme is extremely low cost for an extremely vital piece of infrastructure.
Kia ora, Grant. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, and I just acknowledge all the staff involved with this fantastic stuff. I did want to say I'm a great fan of, I know we can't itemise bills too much, but I know when I lived in Australia, for example, and Medicare was always on your tax bill, and no one ever whinged about the Medicare line because you thought, oh, that's great. Similarly, things like, I remember when I was a staff member of Environment Canterbury, and I'd look across and see the Waimakariri River Regional Park was about $1.02 and the Ashley Rakahuri River was 20 cents or whatever. Most people don't whinge about that sort of stuff when they see it. It's when they get a lump sum, as someone mentioned earlier on, you get your quarterly bill and, Jesus, is that... Anyway, if there's any opportunity to at least itemise something, that would be very good, and I'm sure our communities would appreciate that. Kia ora.
Thanks, Greg. Yep.
Just a correction to my fellow councillor talking about Waimakariri differential rates. It's per 100,000 capital value, just quite different.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. Thanks, Claire. Any other speakers? If not, Dion.
Yeah, just close off. Thank you very much, Dave and the team, for pulling together. In my little hand, I've got 46 pages of resolutions. Huge amount of work there. I have read them when we were going through the agenda setting, and I was just like, my goodness gracious. But there's a lot of detail there, and that question that Greg asked is really important, and I'm glad to hear that there's that assurance that we've got on top of that. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour?
Kia ora, Chair. I'm just...
Oh, sorry.
Kia ora, Chair. Just checking in.
Yep.
Just checking in, although I've been online and obviously we've had no divisions or anything, I've just, to be clear, I've supported all of the plan adoption motions. Thank you.
Kapai, thank you. So let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Well done, everybody. Okay, so now we go back to 8.3 is our next item. And that's our Hurunui Waiau Uwha Water Zone Action Plan budget. And we've got a few of the team coming to the table. So we've got Murray, who's our team leader, strategy and planning. Andrew, is that correct? Yeah. Senior Land Management and Biodiversity Advisor, and Tim Davies, who's our Director of Science. So I'll hand over to you guys. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. Kia ora koutou. And I was just about to introduce Murray and Andrew, so I don't need to do that. That's good. And I'm delighted to bring a paper with one resolution for you. You will recall probably that we have had this type of paper in the past. This is an artefact of there is an action plan budget in the annual plan that allocates money that is then goes through our zone committees. But in the Hurunui Waiau Uwha zone, there is no zone committee. So what we have been doing is bringing back for approval here the projects to be funded, as there is no zone committee. So I'll hand on to you, Murray, if you want to say anything, and I know Andrew's here and can answer questions on the projects.
Kia ora, Tim. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair and Councillors, for the opportunity. I think just adding to what Tim's outlined, this is the fourth year that we've gone through this step to effectively ensure that the Hurunui Waiau Uwha water zone receives funding and resourcing in a similar way to the other water zones. And obviously, those of you that are on zone committees know the diligent work that committees have put in over the years to endeavour to use that funding well and to support projects and initiatives in their area. So this year we have adapted the process a little bit differently from what we've done, and that was partly in response to feedback the council received through the long-term plan cycle, where there was a request to say, look, it would be great if the funding could be advertised and give an opportunity for local groups to have an opportunity to apply. And so we were able to do that, which is why in this paper you'll see that we received 8 applications. We were able to use the same advertising approach that we used across the whole region and the other zones. And we did a promotion late last year, and at the request of the district council staff that were involved in doing the staff recommendations, we did another short round of advertising earlier in the year, which is why this has come a little bit later to you as well. But consequently, we received those 8 applications, and the staff worked through a process whereby we had $143,000 worth of applications by there, with 50,000 to allocate. So we worked through a process of supporting the 6 that are tabled for support, with the other 2 projects having also follow-up support, and in one case funding directly coming to it, given the value of the project. That was the Space Stream covenant. I guess from a staff level, we felt confident about the recommendations that were put through. One of the values of having Andrew here too, I was on leave when this was put to this report and set of recommendations to the Hurunui District Council on the 27th of May. So Andrew was able to present to them, and I think they were both supportive and appreciative of the fact that, again, we've been able to continue to provide this funding into the Hurunui District. And we've also had confirmation from the Ngāti Kuri executive in Kaikoura that they're supportive of the 4 projects of the 6 that are in their takiwā as well. So I guess I can probably leave it there and open it up for questions, should there be any, and either myself or Andrew may be able to Andrew has worked with a number of the applications or the applicants quite closely as well. So I'll leave it there.
Cool. Thanks, Murray. Greg.
Yeah, brilliant. My question is around Ashworths, which I'm pretty familiar with. This work will be done in conjunction, I presume, with our Rangers Services team?
No, not really. It'll be done with HDC staff as well, and our biodiversity staff.
Can I just follow up on that then? I know, like, I'm all for it. I think it's great, terrific project. But of course, the bidders, once it's done, I can remember a sign going up saying no shooting on the Friday, and on the Monday it had been shot off the post. So if it's one of those ones where there needs to be people on the ground as well as that education, rather than whacking a sign up. Okay, kill them.
Thanks, Greg. Questions, Peter?
Yeah, thank you. Given that this area is a bit of an anomaly outside CWMS process, how's it working compared to the others? Can you comment on that? Are you able to comment?
Kia ora. What I'd probably say about Hurunui District is that there is a lot of activity and groups in the absence that are doing good work on the ground in the absence of a zone committee. So yes, there's a lot of activity. This obviously is in line with that. And probably the only missing bit that we often play a role in is actually getting those different groups around the table to actually talk to one another. So the connection is still there. Yep.
Wee bit. So is there a link then to catchment groups and other groups that are working in this area?
Yes, the work is linked. Some of the funding obviously goes through groups that can actually hold those funds to then hand out to the various groups. And I think you heard in the last couple of weeks from Hurunui District Land Care Group. They're one of those groups that hold the funds, and certainly so those connections are there. But we do need to play a sort of an active role in that communication.
Thanks, Peter. Grant.
Thanks very much for this report. It's really, really good. On the supplementary supplementary paper, specifically on this item, it doesn't have a general number. So it was really just the Moelian swamp, and it didn't receive support. But I'm just wondering if you can confirm how that project's tracking.
What described there is that some of the projects obviously didn't make the grade for this round of funding, but we actually have other funds available. We've actually looked into next year's funding in the water and land, so we will start some funding towards that project through our water and land budget. But we've been in discussions with the with the catchment group up there. That's sort of there's about 12 projects that they've got lined up, but this is the one that we're going to work with them on.
Supplementary, Chair. So presuming we're approving this today and the money not spent on these projects would be carried over to the 25-26 year. Is that correct?
Just to clarify, the what's in this paper actually utilises all of the 50,000 that's available in this financial year, and we've liaised with the finance team and payables to ensure that they know that this is coming out of this financial year's budget. So whilst we're waiting for today's final endorsement from you as a council, we've kind of got the administration of the budget in place so that we can kind of move it through, so nothing should be carried over.
Thanks, Grant. Any other questions, councillors? Ian?
Sorry, that answer just raised a question in my mind. How much does it cost to run the process of choosing who to spend the $50,000 on?
I guess just to clarify the process we went through, we had a staff workshop that involved 4 or 5 staff, including Andrew, James Sharp, as well as Hurunui District Council staff as well, so that there was a combined approach between the two councils in terms of developing the staff recommendations. So it was some staff time in terms of putting it together as a set of staff recommendations and then taking it out to the council. So it wasn't an elaborate process. We obviously were time specific as well. We ensured that we went through a process with council staff at HTC as well.
Thanks, Murray. Cool. I think that's all the questions. Thanks, team. I think, Claire, you indicated you want to move it. Yeah, okay. Oh, good. I knew you were putting your hand up, Greg. Kapoi. So we've got a mover and seconder. Thanks, team. You can step away from the table. It's great. And yeah, like Tim said, just one resolution here. So does anyone else wish to speak to it? Yeah, Claire. We'll start off with Claire and go to Nook, and then we'll come over here.
I just think thank you, staff, and I disappeared out the door. But thank you for presenting these projects, particularly with 50,000. And I think it was a great decision that we made around the long-term plan that we moved perhaps to the option around some more of the community stuff rather than our flagship projects, which we had been spending some money on. And I'm sure that they will be a bit disappointed that they're not getting some money. But I think the key thing is, as Councillor Scott inquired about, was the involvement with the groups, particularly land care groups and other things. And these are community groups that are active right across the community, and also we as staff that are sitting there, Andrew and Andrew, both actually have quite a bit of involvement with some of these groups too. But also just commenting that the two that did apply and didn't get the funding from this $50,000, staff have done their best to accommodate some of the financial need for them too. So I just thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Nook.
E mihi atu kia koutou. Can I've been in contact with Te Runango Kaikoura, and also I want to just convey their acknowledgement, because absolutely the work that's taking place in their takiwā, 4 out of 6, and then that there is really immensely mana enhancing for them, and also particularly with the one that they're doing actually around the Conway River Purple Willow Control. So I just wanted to give you the real tautoko, also whakawhetai, thank you, because I know there's you guys are kind of leading it, but there's other staff and all that are involved in this. So kia ora to you all, and also we just talked about annual plans and all that, and about funds. So this is actually in progress, in motion. Kia ora.
Thanks, Nook. Genevieve, and then I'll go to you, Grant. Did you want to spot? Grant?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So I just want to say that the projects put forward are all extremely worthy. It's a really good list of projects and the work that they're doing. The Hurunui community are really incredibly active on the ground protection and restoration projects. I just wanted to quickly talk about three. Page 3, the Conway River Purple Willow Control. Attended a meeting with the North Canterbury Security Advisory Group on May the 9th, and members of the group did express concern about the purple willow and its rapid spread through the river. So it's good to see that some money's been allocated for that, and it's good to see ECAN biodiversity staff and Te Runanga o Kaikoura are also going to be working on this project together. On page 11, the Counters Stream Catchment Group, the Kaikoura Zone Committee attended a field trip a few months back and visited the Amuri Irrigation Company, who created a wetland project, and then we went on to visit John Faulkner's property on his biodiversity project, and he's involved with this one as well, his catchment group. So it is so important for communities to understand the context of the work that they're about to undertake, and there's nothing better than identifying the that's shown on page 18. So I think it's extremely helpful seeing a map of the extent of the catchment, and these people will know where they sit, and the projects can be actioned from that. And similarly on page 31, the Moelian Swamp, it seems that even though they've missed out on the funding in this thing, there has been some other funding provided to them, and the applicants, pretty much this project, it's an amazing wetland project with outstanding mature carracks. The photograph that's shown is incredible. And obviously there's some restoration and protection of that wetland, which is one of our priority biodiversity sort of themes, if you like. And I attended the Blythe River Community Catchment Group meeting in March. Fantastic support from dozens of people looking at trapping pests, pest plant removal, and new planting. So it's great to see the extent of their vision in their catchment. So having that whole catchment approach is really working for this community, and no doubt for others as well. So it's really good to see. Thank you.
Kia ora, Grant. Thank you. Any other people wish to speak to this? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Well done. Thanks for the work up there. Keep it up. Okay, now we jump through to 8.6. Everyone good? Need a stretch or anything? All good? People are good? Kapoi. Let's go to 8.6 on page 126 of our agenda. And this is our Central Business District Landholdings.
Based on the past, I'm going to sit back from this one.
Okay.
Had advice from Council.
Thanks, Genevieve. So I'm going to hand over to Dave and Giles to take us through and introduce this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this paper seeks to reach a decision on the Odeon site next door, which obviously the council has owned for a number of years, and we've had a number of reports and a number of business cases in terms of the way forward. This proposes a clear way forward. I'll take the paper as read. Obviously happy to answer any questions.
Yep, kia ora, Nick. Where you go?
I've asked this question before, Giles, but we've in 2020 paid nearly nearly $3 million for it. We spent 2.2 on the Laurie and Wilson building. We spent 1.2 million on strengthening the Odeon, and we probably had an annual cost of around 500,000. So that, I guess, now owes us $8 million. So where does the valuation of the Laurie and Wilson building? You told us recently there'd been a valuation done. What is that figure?
We do have valuations for the Odeon property and the assumed squaring off of the land, and we also have a separate valuation for the Laurie and Wilson building. Clearly those are currently commercially sensitive. Happy to provide that information to councillors in Public Excluded, but probably not appropriate for us to disclose that information in a public forum.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Sorry, anyone else had a question yet? Vicky?
Yeah, just a question in terms of some of the uses that land's been looked at. I know we went out before to see what interest there was, and I've been asked whether there was any possibility of student accommodation or affordable housing, and I think there was something done through the Greater Christchurch Partnership looking at affordable housing and council land that might be suitable for that. So I'm just wondering if you can give some bit of information on that at all.
So given the market activity that we undertook a couple of years ago, we did not receive any proposals for accommodation. Clearly, if our recommendation is accepted for the land next door, then a proposal could include accommodation. I'll remind councillors that this is about the land of the Odeon Theatre, part of our secure car park and beyond. It is not the land that we also own on St Asaph Street, which will be subject to a subsequent decision from council in due course.
Thanks, Vicky. Any other questions? Yeah, Ian?
Question around, so those land parcels are all the green area shaded on the map in page 133 of 222, which includes part of the existing secured car park for this, and yet the motion says that these land parcels cumulatively are declared surplus to requirements. So I just would like clarification as to why half our car park is declared surplus to requirements, and just to make sure we understand the discussion around that wee part.
So the intention would be, as we are set out in the paper, is to square off the parcel of land to make it more attractive to developers and to create at least temporary car parking that we require on some of the other land, allowing that land to therefore be surplus to our needs.
Thanks, Giles. Yep, there you go.
Sorry, we still meet the requirements in terms of being able to declare that as surplus. Yeah, okay.
I believe so.
Yeah, and that's partly because of the other land we still hold as well, and you can see that on the map. But I understand that it is about squaring it off, making it a better proposition, so it's more likely that it.
Look, I'm aware of that argument. I just wanted to make sure that there was no legal impediment to that. Yeah.
Cool, thank you, Ian. Any other questions? Sorry. No, that sounds good. Okay. Yeah, Grant, you want to move it? Cool. And seconded by Nick. All good. Kapai, over to you, Grant, if you want to open it up.
Okay, yeah, in the debate, I've got some notes here, Chair. The background information outlines Council's rationale for the original purchase as explained in Clause 5 and the investigation of several proposals under the leadership of Chair Jenny Huey. And despite best efforts, none gained traction. We've since installed a support structure to secure the facade, which has also enabled the removal of the containers and construction of footpath access. Council's CBD working group, which I chaired, were charged in 2023 with investigating development options for the site. It decided with professional advice to proceed with a competitive tender process, which would allow the market to come back to us with a proposal that they thought could be achievable. We were pursuing a best use deal for the land with an income generating long-term lease and development tender. The idea of a sell, take the money and run off was not on the table then, and it's not on the table now. We did get one potentially exciting proposal, however, and it proved to be a commercially challenging proposal, and they couldn't proceed. The paper outlines a range of options, and I don't think continuing to hold or for the Regional Council to undertake the development itself are viable. We continue to maintain it at a cost. However, it is anticipated that under option 1, costs associated with legal, subdivision and sales agents' fees would be recoverable. Following the disastrous earthquakes in 2010, 2011, a significant number of the heritage buildings in the city were demolished, and we have, as a community, cherished the value of those that remain as reminders of past urban history, and many have been reworked with new purpose. None more so than the remaining bit of the Odeon, rich in heritage and listed as a Category 1 historic building. It was the venue renowned in the suffragette movement as being the first place in the world that women were allowed to vote. As stated in Clause 42, the Regional Council has worked hard to protect the heritage values of the building. It has restored the adjacent Laurie and Wilson building. The work we have done to date for both buildings has met with support from the Christchurch Heritage Charitable Trust. I therefore support option A to sell. I'm satisfied that following the unsuccessful competitive tender process undertaken in 2023-24, that the further due diligence and investigations by staff have confirmed that the heritage status of the Odeon Theatre is secure, and that the idea of any developer seeking demolition of this nationally important building is highly unlikely. I support the squaring off of land parcel to make a more attractive proposition for developers, and in my view the economic situation has changed. Central City investment is growing. The Te Kaha Stadium down the road is on the verge of opening, and this little corner of Christchurch is rich in heritage, and I am hopeful as a landscape architect and urban designer that a developer of repute will seize the opportunity to build a corner landmark building incorporating the restored heritage elements of the Odeon Theatre and deliver something that we are all proud of, and proud to have supported. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Councillor Ward, do you want to go now? Or you can do it at the end. Or good. Okay, go Dion, John, then Vicky and Greg.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I'll keep it brief. It's a shame that we've got to the stage where we've got to now. This is a process that's been going on a while. I wasn't involved in the initial purchase of the building, but I totally agree and support the notion of protecting such important heritage buildings in our city after we lost so many after the earthquakes. And there is a sense of grief that people do have around all of the loss of heritage within the city, and to be able to do what we could do to try and maintain some of the heritage is really important. And as a former representative of the Christchurch Central Ward for the City Council, it was very important to a lot of people, the heritage that we had left. But in saying that, property development isn't the business of this council, and I'm satisfied that after we've done what we've done, we are at a point where we can put it on the market, and there's enough protections on that particular building to maintain the importance of that heritage there. So let's. Yep, it's a bit sad, bittersweet, but I'm excited to see what might come. I do understand that there is interest in retaining that heritage fabric and looking at potential ways to develop it and make it a really usable space. We've got some really exciting times coming for our central city with the stadium opening, and this area of the city is really going to rock on. So let's get on with it and let's see what happens. I'm really excited to see the next stage for this building.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully endorse the words of others, particularly Councillor Swiggs. I was part of the team that purchased the building and the sites there in the initial space for the reasons that we did at the time. More than happy now that we have no use and the cost that it sits on our books for us to sell those properties and land pieces off and square ourselves away. I'm also pleased to see in Clause C, the final sentence, the highest financial bid may not be accepted, just giving us an opportunity if there are other matters that absolutely override absolute price that we may be able to give some consideration. So I think we have the bases covered, the protections in place. Let's get on, see what we can get for it. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Vicky?
Yeah, I'm happy to support this motion, given the work that we've done to ensure that this building won't get demolished, almost 100% certainly that it won't. It is really important. I just note that Stuff today did an article but didn't mention something that they did a whole article on back in September last year. So 19th September last year, in 2023, they did an article called 130 Years of Women's Voting in New Zealand Explained, to just give the really important context of the fact that women first voted in Christchurch, and there's the only photograph. I think there were other voting booths, but this is the only place where there's a photograph. And I just noticed it says, the description of the photograph is 3 women surrounded by men voting. This in 2025. Anyway, I support this, and I'm pleased that it's protected. Kia ora.
Thanks, Vicky. Greg?
Thank you. I remember watching the Australian movie Sidecar as a teenager at the and there was a number of motorcycles in the foyer, and it was quite cool. I'm a member of the UK in New Zealand known as clubs, the Italian Motorcycle Owners Clubs and the Sydenham Socialist and Motorcycle Enthusiast Society. One thing we all have in common with members is we like old things, and we're very nostalgic, and we think they're pretty and they're works of art. But we have garages and homes packed full of these beautiful works of art that we'll never, ever get around to restoring. And sadly, it's like losing an arm or a finger if someone comes to us and says, oh, I could do that for you, and it's kind of really reluctant. This might help me heal some of the problems I have at home if we were to so I will certainly be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. No.
Oh, kia ora. As a member of the working group, it took a long time, and we kind of had it kind of stopped and started. But anyway, we've got to this point here. I'm just really sad actually that, and again. I made my thoughts known when we discussed this actually a few weeks ago, because it is with a heavy heart. But we've actually this is a commercial decision, and when I think about the history of that building, the suffragette movement, but it's also something about, and I know you'll think about Ngāi Tahu property, but. When we look at it from a Ngāi Tahu perspective, a Māori perspective, it's always about holding land, because once it's gone, you'll never get it back again. So I just, again, that comes back to, having to make a commercial decision. We've been given the numbers, actually, what it's going to cost actually to hold it. It's not our business as usual. And that is the decision that I need to support here today. But I just really want to make that point, is that it's a sad one, because it is about actually whenua that is always something that you need to hold dear. But and the Ngāi Tahu property thing, we sell a lot of property, but we buy a lot more back actually for the sake of the iwi. So I understand the commercial kind of side of it as well. So kia ora to all those that were involved in this, to the staff. It's been a long road. So hopefully we'll get a good commercial transaction, and then we can sort of move forward. Kia ora.
Joe.
Yeah, kia ora. I'd just like to say I oppose option A in the motion. I'd like that noted in the minutes as well, just because I don't agree with the definition around strategic value. And I'll keep this brief just because I'm sensing the mood of the room. The first matter, I think that it's a piece of land right in the heart of the city. And the second is the fact that it's right next to our headquarters. So I view the land as strategic, and I do not support the sale. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Anyone else wish to speak? Ian?
Look, I want to speak in support, like everybody else, in support of this motion. I too was a member of the working group, and I think we felt as if the land should have been sold a while ago, but there were actually some impediments to doing that, and it may well be that because of those impediments, we might get a better deal today than we would have done perhaps when we first talked about selling the land. So sometimes time is on your side, sometimes it's against you, but there are holding costs. It's not our core business, and it would be great if somebody else has the chance to develop the site and restore that corner of Christchurch to some sort of use.
Thanks, Ian. I think that's it, but we can come back to Claire if you want to finish off. Oh, sorry, Councillor Edge. Sorry, come back to Councillor Edge if you want to. Oh, have you spoken, Nick? Oh, sorry. You'll go, Nick. Sorry. And then I'll go back to Grant. There you go, Nick.
I won't take too long. I mean, I realise the significance of this building, you know, and I've got a love for old buildings because I lived in an old house that was 140 years old. But, you know, I've also owned commercial property in Christchurch and surrounding districts for 30 plus years. So, you know, you have to, sometimes you have to make a commercial decision, which is not always easy. And it's not always easy when it's an old building involved. You know, as I talked about before, you know, I know what it's cost us to date, and that's around $8 million. So I think the sooner we can move on and sell the Odeon and the square up the parcel land next to it, the better for all of us. I mean, it's not our core business, and sometimes, unfortunately, the first loss is the best loss, and you just need to move on. I know it's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow, but and I mean, the Laurie and Wilson building next to us, I mean, it's a credit to us, and that building's been restored to a beautiful condition, and I think we should be proud of that. And I think, you know, this area of town's got a lot to offer with the new stadium opening ahead and a few other new buildings popping up around. So, and I'm happy with the terms of, and yeah, so I think we just need to move on.
Thanks,
So
Nick.
Support the sale of the building.
Got it. Grant, you want to?
Oh, just quickly. Yes, look, I'm obviously to me, there's an opportunity there. There's an opportunity for someone to design something special and make a really special use of that building. Of that site. It's a corner site, and they're always high value sites, but they have that added bit of heritage that can be built into a building. It's certainly been done in Christchurch in the past, and it's just a matter of getting the right person to do that. I think it would be really good, and obviously the chief executive and Giles, director of corporate and public services, will review the tenders going to tender. So hopefully a broader tender base than the competitive tender process, which really didn't deliver. And we know that from representations to us over the last few months that there's interest there, but hasn't really. Well, it might go somewhere now, hopefully. But anyway, it's good and we'll sell it, and that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. And those against? Councillor Davies. Yep. And you want that noted? Thank you. That's been done. That's carried. So thank you, and acknowledge all the work that's gone into it. It is a tough decision, as some councillors have said, but we've done our best to work through all the different options. That's why it's taken some time, but do look forward to something exciting happening in the future. Let's go to 8.7. This is our public transport asset control strategy. So let's got Stuart, our General Manager of Public Transport, and Giles, again, our Director of Corporate and Public Transport Services, to the table. So hand it over to you to introduce us to this good piece of work. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, Council. So I'll take the paper as read, just a few points to sort of set the scene around this paper. At the moment, as you'll be aware, Canterbury Regional Council currently invests considerable funds into assets for public transport that are owned by third parties. Those assets enable the successful delivery of public transport to our communities. And so this strategy sets out how the Canterbury Regional Council will consider and approach future investments into strategic public assets over the next 30 plus years, and this will support our transition to a zero emissions fleet. Significant investment will be required in these assets, both from a fleet and an infrastructure perspective. And these assets have a useful life, which is significantly beyond our contract terms of 9 years. Those contract terms are set in legislation and policies set by NZTA, so we don't control those contract terms. So given this, the strategy signals an intent to take a greater level of control over key strategic assets that we invest in, with the ultimate aim of improving our long-term value for money of public money being invested in these assets. So the draft proposed strategy takes account of 3 critical matters when considering this. The first one is to look at the optimal approach to investment based on the type of asset, be it fleet, land or infrastructure. It gives consideration to Canterbury Regional Council's role, the skills and capabilities we have and where we are best to play in this space. And thirdly and finally considers who is best placed to manage the risk and the function associated with the procurement, ownership, control or operation of these assets. So this paper suggests that we should do a short engagement with some key stakeholders who are directly affected by this proposed change, those being our incumbent operators, Bus and Coach Association representing potential future operators who may wish to bid for our business. Obviously, New Zealand Transport Agency is a key funder of public transport with us, and our Greater Christchurch and Timaru territorial authorities who have a stake and an interest in infrastructure that supports public transport. So following engagement with those parties, we intend to bring a final decision paper to Council in August to approve this strategy. Thank you.
Kia ora, Stuart. Thank you so much. Questions? Vicky?
Yeah, I do have one, and sorry, I didn't think to ask this before, but under the options assessment, so we've got the base control pathway 1 and pathway 2. So I'm looking at in our agenda page 151. So there's that sort of graphic that shows you can sort of look at it and work out the number of greens compared with oranges. And then it goes on to subsequently we say pathway 1 is the preferred. But that's sort of assuming that all of those 6 things are all of equal value. Whereas under pathway 2, the 2 that are orange, there is a mechanism to flip them to something else, to a positive, based on getting in the right capability. And so on that basis, I mean, is that pathway 1 more complicated and better, like a more concrete argument why pathway 1 is definitely the best, beyond just because some of those 6 factors are actually more weighty and can't be improved by just bringing in the right capability? Or is it simply that we've just gone 6 things, that one gets 5, that one gets 4? It feels like it's too simplistic, and I'd like a bit more assurance that actually there's more depth to the argument than simply that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in responding to that question, I think I'll start off by just recapping a couple of points I made about critical matters, because it references this question. In particular, consideration of what Canterbury Regional Council's role might be in the control of strategic assets, and it takes account of our skills and capabilities, and who is best managed to own and manage the risk. And so when we've done this analysis on the options, we've taken 3 different lenses to this. We've taken the lens of now, medium term and long term. So right now we don't have the skills or capabilities to own or control or manage some of these assets. But that's not to say we might not have those skills in the medium or long term. So the strategy enables flexibility and choice. So it is not a binary choice between baseline option 1 or option 2. We can choose to apply any one of those options to any particular situation that we are presented with. And recognising the strategy is not making a decision today as to which tactic will be employed. Council will make that decision when they're presented with a business case or an investment choice. And at that point in time, staff will recommend a particular one of those three based on the issues of the day. Do we have the skills now or not? Can we acquire those skills rapidly or not? Does it make sense that we own that risk or not, depending on the asset and the time? So the choice is still available to us.
Kia ora, thanks, Vicky. And that's the way I have read it too, and understand it, that both Pathway 1 and Pathway 2 are still in play. And Pathway 1, I think it was acknowledged that Pathway 2, ultimately, if all things were even, that would be the best way to go. But Pathway 1 offers a more short-term process for us to start the ball rolling. And in some cases, it might be that Pathway 2, directly to Pathway 2, could work as well in different cases. So I think it's a really smart strategy. But the analysis just points that definitely Pathway 1 and 2 are both really good options and that are better than the status quo. So I think it's really good, but good question to clarify. I've got Dion and Peter and Claire. So where you go, Dion?
Just a semantic one. I'm pretty supportive of this. I think it's just get on with it. But just in the supporting documents here, you have, if you go to like page 100 and something, 158, Canterbury Regional Public Transport, and then it's ECAN, and then it's Canterbury Regional Council, and then it's ECAN. I just have some consistency of stuff when we do that. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Dion. Peter?
Yeah, thank you. Look, this is a pretty good paper. Last workshop we did last week, was it last week we did? And it became pretty clear that this is a flexible strategy that you've got coming, and quite tactical in some places. And I'm presuming, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I'm presuming that given that we had that notice of motion this morning regarding public transport, that's flexible enough to fit within this. So thank you. Yep. Thanks, Craig.
Claire?
You know, mine was, Councillor Swiggs has picked up mine, and I'm presuming it's because the graphics have been picked up out of another document that you haven't been able to change ECAN. But I do thank you for changing it to Canterbury Regional Council. So if we can change the graphic that goes out in the document and the slides, if you're doing presentations, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Yep, Grant?
Yeah, thanks for this. Just a query really in the light of discussions that we had this morning with Councillor Scott's notice of motion. On page 139 at the top there, it talks about significant engagement and proposed strategy present opportunities for partnering with mana whenua. I'm also looking at an extract from the regional public transport plan with a header, Greater Christchurch Partnership, and on the page I'm looking at, the policy area 4.B talks about strategic asset control, and that's something there that the partnership is aware of. We had a discussion this morning. Is there a place in terms of asset ownership? Maybe you can't answer at the moment, but would a partnership arrangement with members of the Greater Christchurch Partnership also be given consideration in terms of what their role might be in part of a control process, or is it outside that?
So I think that links to the question that Councillor Scott, or the comment that Councillor Scott made in terms of the approach that we're setting out here is flexible. It takes into account the conversations that are taking place. It takes into account the proposed or the approved notice of motion, general direction of travel, conversations that are taking place. The aim of this is to deliver public transport in a more secure, sustainable way that delivers better value for money to the ratepayer and a better experience to the travelling public. So yes.
Just before we move on, just note that we've just crossed over 2 hours. So just have a resolution to extend. Thanks, Greg. Seconder. Thanks, Nick. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. David, you're next.
Thanks. Over the years, I've generally not been a great fan of strategies, but perhaps I've missed it in the paper. But can you tell me, how long it's going to take to develop the strategy and at what cost? What budget is? I don't see any budget allocated to it.
It's already, this is the draft, and Stuart said it'll be back to us in August for a final ratification. But if you've got anything else to add, Stuart or Charles?
I think the important point is that the assets that we're talking about, we already pay for. And so part of the consideration is about value for money overall, and ensuring that we are paying either through controlling the asset, owning the asset, transferring the asset, or the operators owning it, that we get the best deal for the ratepayer. So we already pay for the bus depots, we already pay for the buses, the infrastructure is already paid for through the contracts that we currently have with the operators. This is just a different way of that same money moving around the system. And we believe that given the advantages that this approach provides, it is possible that not only we will deliver a more sustainable service, we will potentially deliver a service at lower cost as well.
Thanks, Charles. Any other questions, councillors? No, if not, let's bring the resolutions up. Look, I think this is a really great piece of work. I know we've had conversations over a few years about this, and it's obviously sparked by the change in legislation the other year, or this change in regulation that allowed public transport authorities to start to own and control assets. So I think it's a really good move, and lots of really good thought going into it, and I'm appreciative of the way it's presented to us and the way it's been worked on with us. So looking forward to councillors hearing their thoughts on it. I'm actually happy to move it from the chair. Is there a seconder? Dion, thank you. So I've just said my piece really, so Dion, over to you.
No, the same thing. I think this is we've got a lot of opportunity, and we just had a notice of motion as well this morning to look at doing things differently, and we need to be taking a little bit more control of our own destiny around the assets, controlling how they work and getting the best out of them for a integrated public transport service that works best for the city, best for the region, and then is efficient and all of those other things that come with it. So Greater Wellington has already done this, and it's starting to show through in the decision making that they're going through now in terms of the new sustainable public transport framework that we've got. It's time for us to get on with it.
Thanks, Dion. Did you have your hand up, Vicky?
Just to say, it's good to see this, and yeah, look forward to seeing what comes back from the stakeholders that we do go out to with this, and seeing it come back in August, I think. Yeah.
Thanks, Vicky. Anyone else wish to speak to it? If not, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and well done again. Really good work, and looking forward, like Vicky said, to seeing the feedback and getting that back to council in August. So that's the end of our papers for now, which is really good. Well done. We're going to move on to 9.1, which is our resolution status report. So let's go to that. That's on page 171 of our agenda, and thank you, David, our Te Pou Heading Director. Welcome to the table. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Take the report as read. Note that probably resolution number CNCL 2025-85, which is the last one on the second page, is probably complete, given that Council has endorsed it and it's in circulation and being used. So I think we could probably note that as being green. Otherwise, happy for any questions on the remaining ones.
Cool. Councillors, any questions on them? If not, let's bring the resolution up. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. And so do I have a mover? Thanks, Peter, and seconder, Councillor Ward. No, thank you. Any discussion? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Any activities and minutes? And you'll see we have a range there from the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee, which I chair. We've got the Canterbury Civil Defence Emergency Management Joint Committee that Councillor Sunkel represents us on, and then the Regulation Hearing Committee minutes there that Councillor Mackay is the chair of. Any questions, councillors, around these minutes? If not, unless you want to add to that, you want to move it?
I will move it.
Okay, cool. Yep. Happy for you to move it. Got a seconder, Councillor Rees. Thank you. Away you go, John.
Thank you. Just scrambling to get my documents in front of me. The Civil Defence meeting held in Kaikoura had a number of papers in it that have some significance in their importance, and I won't go right through them all, but I do note exercise Whakatau, which is a recovery exercise based on AF8, so we do a lot of thinking about our response and what we do as the balloon goes up, in a sense. This is an exercise that we've held across Canterbury with others as to what recovery looks like and some processes in place, and we did a short paper exercise as governors, again just looking at what those options are, so that's particularly important. The submission on the EM bill is another significant piece of work that has been carried out by the office, and that we'd already authorised that to go, but a conversation, and I guess one of the things that's come through that is a belief from our emergency management managers is that it's not transformational enough. And so, yes, there's change, there's good change, but just some of the things that sit within the bill are felt not to be transformational enough. Some of it is about the professionalisation and pathways within civil defence as an organisation and qualifications. How do we step in place processes so someone coming in at the bottom and can work through? There's also a report in there about our training program, which is a Canterbury training program for controllers. We have no national training program, so there's nothing that says this is what you should achieve across the country as a set of space. So again, thinking about some of that transformation that sits in there amongst other things, but it was a very long and significant piece of work submitted, and I had the opportunity of talking to Deputy John Price last week evening for our RATS teams, and I note our RATS teams are NZ RATS 1, which is the New Zealand first registered team and owned by Environment Canterbury and put in place in 2003, a significant part of those people out there volunteering. John Price, we sort of talked about where the bill was at, where the submissions were, and where the processes are. He stated absolutely always advocating for Canterbury and what we are. We have the fortune or misfortune of having significant events over 10 years or more. We have really good processes. We're always looking to improve, but where we sit in comparison to the rest of the country, it's a bit like night and day. So the challenge is for me going, I don't want things to change because we're in a really good place, has to be balanced with the deficits that sit in the rest of the country. And the Minister is very, very keen on responsibility, putting management and responsibility in place, very keen on chief executives effectively being the group controller or the controllers. They can delegate on, obviously, if they don't have the skills, but some of those conversations around responsibility and the challenge across the country. Another piece of work which we've signed off is roles and responsibilities in regard to the CDM Act and particularly Section 17. So how do we operate as a regional council, our territorial authorities and others, giving effect to the Act and what we need to do. So that roles and responsibility work has been done. We've agreed to that piece of work and we'd like to probably make a bit of a play of that. So I think the attempt will be to get as many mayors and chief executives into a room at the local government conference as the first opportunity to get them in and get a signing. So all the mayors and chief executives will sign that document. It's a 2-year with a potential 2-year rollover, putting that in place. And the last piece are some supplementary questions that came through from the Minister or CDM around the role of our RAG groups, our rural advisory groups, and whether they should be mandated within the bill. We've said no at this point. We have a good system running, but there's too much variation within the country, so some more work needs to be done in that space. A piece of work on outlying islands. The only one that we have is Matanao, which is controlled by DOC. We may occasionally go onto it, but it's not an issue for us. But if you think of the Haraki Gulf and all the islands of the Gulf, who has ultimate responsibility, a bunch of things. So there's some questions around that. And the third extended piece that they brought back to us was, as we declare and repeat or what's the word I'm looking for? Extend. There's a process where we go step, 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 and after the third or fourth step, it has to be taken to council with the government for a sign-off. So there was a question as to how that process might be proceed or some more work around it. We've disagreed with where our government's coming with it, but those things have gone back. So a full sort of roundup of the last month of conversations around civil defence and that bill and the Act and where things are travelling. Any questions?
Thank you, John. Greg?
It's kind of not really a question, but it's heavily associated. I just wanted to acknowledge Emma Parr, who is now a National On-Scene Commander by Maritime New Zealand, and obviously that is a huge for her personal growth, but for the organisation is massive, especially in the it's responding to a critical incident. So well done, Emma. Kia ora.
Cool, thank you. Did you have a question, Grant?
No, I was just going to quickly give a run through of the regional transport.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
all good. We'll get to that in a minute. Claire, did you want to go next?
Well, I can give a run through on mine too when we come to it. If you want. Okay. So there's 4 meetings here for the Regulation Hearing Committee. So just the first 3, 9th of April, 30th of April and 14th of May, pretty standard ones. It's just ratifying or receiving the recommendations from staff and agreeing to those for hearing commissioners to either sit on a panel or individually on consent applications that have gone through a limited or public notified process, and there are submitters to be heard. Ironically, on the 28th of May, and our councillors already had it in their box before we did our deliberations, was an agenda item where we were asked by staff the appointment of hearing commissioners to hear limited notified applications. The reason staff brought us a list of 9, I would say quite high-powered individuals and probably very expensive, to sit on or to hear limited notified applications which had no submitters to be heard, was because we were seconding 2 of our current staff into another role within the regulatory implementation team. So immediately, that is one of the reasons why we have some issues around user pays and general ratepayers picking up some additional expenses. So that's there on page 214. That was supported unanimously by all councillors on the day.
Thanks, Claire. Grant?
Just quickly.
Sorry, I didn't acknowledge that you're on the regional transport.
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
Did you want to talk about it?
No, you can go.
Just quickly, really. 178, the regional public transport committees endorsed the regional public transport plan. So we've now got endorsement from them and the Greater Christchurch Partnership. So it'll come to council in July at our July meeting. In terms of funding, we had a discussion about funding transport in Canterbury. There's a secretarial note there. Committee expressing frustration at the misalignment in timeframes between the National Land Transport Programs, regional land transport plans, long-term plans, and government policy statements. So, bit of a mess there, really. And we've agreed to have a joint advocacy approach, seeking a bit more certainty and support for local decision making and regional funding allocations based on vehicle kilometres travelled as a proxy for collecting revenue road users in the region. It's probably the main thing. And then there was a presentation paper from as part of the road safety, regional road safety group, led by Murray Black, and looking at regional focus areas. And at the moment, the main areas are intersections, speed, alcohol, and vulnerable road users. And then there was just a bit of a catch up on the South Island regional transport, which again, the Chairs group is looking at preparation of information and advocacy documents that will help the case for the South Island.
Thanks, Grant. Yeah, all I was really going to highlight was the funding paper. That's probably the biggest issue for us here in Canterbury, and there's really good united front on that from all the mayors, which are the members of the Regional Transport Committee, to really push government hard on making sure Canterbury gets its fair share of funding. The stat that's out there is that we currently get about 5% of the national pool, whereas on all the other key stats, vehicle kilometres travelled, population, etc., we should be getting like 12, 13, 14%. And so that's really the challenge going forward, is for us to be putting those good ideas forward, which we have been doing, to be honest. We've done a lot of work, as people know, in Greater Christchurch on both PT Futures, the MRT, etc. And the trick is getting that mixed in with the needs in our rural communities and where tourism impacts our roads and bridges. So that's the really trick we're pulling together to try to pull that together. And the next day was the Mayoral Forum meeting, which I'll talk about soon, where the regional deal will really look at that transport space and try to make those bids around what we need here in Canterbury, both for public transport in our urban areas and those bridges and roads that need maintained or improved in the rest of the region. So just going to highlight that. But I still have some questions, Vicky and Peter.
Yeah, just on the regional road safety work, is there a discussion still going about like safe speeds around rural school buses and pickups and drop-offs? Because I think that was raised at the local gov zone 5 and 6 as something that's really needs pushing at the national level, I think was the suggestion. But is that being, and I know Councillor Scott, you talked to this quite passionately in the past as well.
Grant
so
said,
what's happening with
Mayor
that?
Murray Black led that work. I didn't have too much to do with it, to be honest, Vicky, so I can't answer the question, but we could try and find out. I don't know if you know any more, Grant.
No, I think that we could get staff to pass that on for you.
Thanks. Peter?
The direct, Swiggs was talking to me and I didn't get the basis of what you were saying.
It was about the school buses on rural roads and speeds around those, and that's something that you certainly brought to the table before, and it's something that's been brought up through the Zone 5-6 in the meetings, I'm pretty sure, but really saying there needs to be a national focus as well. But I'm just
we did get a consensus across across some of the regional transport committees across New Zealand about the fact that is an issue, and the two things were seat belts in buses, and then the speed on roads, where the speed that you're supposed to pass a school bus on a rural road is 20 kilometres an hour, and that people just don't pay attention to that. Where that got to, I'm not quite sure. I think it probably died with me, my demise, Vicky, and I apologise for that. I haven't heard anything back through those two young women that brought that to us, Grant, at the South Island Regional Transport Chairs Committee. Maybe you need to reignite that.
Getting some feedback from staff about where that paper was at, that Mari Black and her team are looking at it. So she's working closely with staff. So it's just getting that.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Peter? Sorry.
I have. I've got a question, but I've got a statement also, which is pretty interesting because I left here one day when a heavy rainfall, heading home, just the state of roads sort of thing, and got to the passing lanes at Hines, heading into Hines, and got a puncture. And I was driving a Porsche Cayenne at the time. I made a mess of the rim, and I was up at one stage for for a bill of about $8,500 just to replace this rim. It worked out all right in the end. But the point is, on that one day, there were 44 incidents, separate incidents with vehicles blowing tyres out, some blowing 2 tyres out on the one side through the potholes in the roads. And it's just absurd, the state of those roads, especially between Ashburton and the Hines village. There's standing water on the side of the road, which just does not help put a great base down anyway, so that's just beside the point. So our roads aren't getting any better, and I noticed there are various sections of the roads between here and Timaru that are got 50k signs for very short distances, and no one takes any notice of them anymore because they've been there for months, and so it's ridiculous. My point that I want to make is that when this government came into power, one of the things that we addressed with them, like we do always address with them, is where the GPS and the National Land Transport Fund and the GPS sit in relativity to what we have to do with our long-term plan, our regional land transport plan, because we've been saying since I've been here anyway, there needs to be a better alignment on that. And I'm pretty sure, and this is what I want you to check for me, I'm pretty sure that Minister Brown at the time said they would make a good go at trying to line those up better so that, you know, we're not guessing what's in the GPS and we're not guessing what's in the National Land Transport Fund. So maybe you could ask that question again. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. I'll make sure staff have recorded that so they can help me remember that we need to follow up on that. Thanks.
Yeah.
I know who's Giles. Someone got that. Thank you. Dion.
Can we speak to just any of these minutes here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, I just wanted to make a...
Oh, sorry, Ian, you were next. But
well, if I can just jump ahead, because I don't want to just talk about school buses. I'm not convinced that it actually has much to do with us, speed limits around school buses. I mean, it's national law. It's actually up to the school bus providers, the schools involved, and the police to police that, and actually local communities, because in rural areas, if somebody whistles past and you happen to see them, you push them to the side of the road and you gently drag them out of the car and you explain to them that your grandchildren are on that bus and you don't want them to be run over. But it's not something that this regional council has.
Yeah, I get that. But in terms of the Regional Transport Committee, which is all the district councils as well, there is some relevance there. So, and it was a project that Mayor Black...
Well, I question whether there is any relevance, I guess.
Yeah, there definitely is.
Chris, not that we can do anything about it, put any speed limits in place, but these people came to us on our advocacy role because it was a regional transport committee and it was the only way they could get to have a conversation with the NZTA. You did right about us. What's it got to do with us? It's got something to do with us because the TAs are part of that and ZTA is part of the regional transport.
Well, yeah.
So that's why they came to us in the first place.
There you go, Dion.
I just follow up on what Councillor Scott said. Just north of Rakaya, there was a one night I was there. There was about 6 cars pulled up on the long side with their hazard lights on, changing their wheels. It was just north of that upwards. It was horrendous, and I hit that thing with my tyre, and I thought I'd blown out, but got past Sinlay, and I was like, thank God it's not blowing. But I just wanted to say in regards to the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee, I think it's appropriate to say that really well done for the Christchurch City Council for the Infrastructure Commission and their endorsement of the National Infrastructure Priority Stage 1 for the Mass Rapid Transit. Really, really good for the city, really good for the Greater Christchurch Partnership and for the Regional Transport Committee's work. And that means it can progress to an indicative program business case to identify a range of options. That's a huge win. So really good for us, and I just wanted to say thank you and well done to the Christchurch City Council who are leading that at this point in time, and I'm looking forward to where that goes from here.
Cool, thanks Dion. Yeah, that news just came through yesterday, so yeah, really, really good. Anything else? Is the Chair's report. Look, I really just, as we started the meeting earlier in the day, there's obviously been comments in the media, so I think the work that we've done around our position statements, which is outlined here, obviously really a good bit of work that we've done together in conjunction with our staff. to be sort of ahead of the game and not being too reactive at the moment. So we're able to be in a more proactive position. And like I said, with our next workshop on the structure of local government, that's going to be really useful. And I'm looking forward to that so that we can have a bit of a discussion and get some sort of direction from our table here about where we might be able to go and what we might be able to put to others. Obviously, RM reform's continuing, and you'll note that we've had a couple of really good sessions here that have been public and live streamed around the national direction work, and we've been able to direct our staff or guide our staff into those submissions that will go in on them. And I think we had some really useful discussions and posed some alternatives to government around them, so I'm really thankful for that. The Mayoral Forum meeting that was up in Kaikoura following the RTC and the CDM meetings was a really good meeting in terms of the CWMS Zone Committee review. The work that we've helped lead was endorsed, and we're still working on that to get some information out to all of us and councils and the Papatupu Rurunanga shortly, and the next steps are starting on that. You can see there was also work around energy strategy and work for the next regional next trinium, and the regional deal obviously was something that was discussed. And lastly, we did talk about local government, the future structures at that meeting as well. And we did get an action point in the minutes of that meeting to continue a discussion with councils on that. So that's part of our work that we'll be doing, and hopefully we can inform the rest of the councils in the region. And lastly, we've got our Toropu Tuihui that we had in Arowhenua last week, which was another really good discussion around the future of our partnership and our agreement. So just acknowledging that. And you can see all the media stuff that's been done as well. And I acknowledge Dion for the work that he's been doing. I know Joe's also been doing a bit of media stuff through the team. And we've had pretty good feedback actually about the comments we have been making. The Taumata Arawai wastewater standards, the flooding in Selwyn, the opening of Waihora. There's been quite a few things we've been doing. And I know Dion also did a media thing on the Motu Move stuff. So, yeah, just acknowledging all the work, and that's a real team effort between us and our staff to really help us be prepared for those engagements. So just acknowledge that work that goes on. So thank you. Are there any questions that councillors have? Yep, Grant.
Oh, not a question, just on this Mayoral Forum stuff. The Canterbury Water Zone Committee, it's the final meeting in Kaikoura tomorrow, so it's a bit of a celebration, I suppose, of that committee. The other thing is the revitalisation of the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy workshop was held on the 22nd of May, and the next one's on August the 7th. And then after that, it's hoped that the final draft's going to be signed off before the elections.
Thank you, Grant. Good update. Thank you. Yep, Vicky.
Yeah. So did we put in a submission on the regulatory standards?
Yep, we did.
Cool.
Sorry,
I haven't seen that. I know. Appreciate it. Probably comes.
So we did. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, councillors? No, all good. We're happy to move the resolution to receive the chair's report. Do I have a seconder for that? Dion, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So now we just need a resolution to go into public excluded. Thank you, Councillor Ward. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Edge, thank you. What's that? No, we've got till 4:30 if we need it, but so we're all good. I think so. Is that right? Oh, did we? But we're having an adjournment. Yeah. We'll have a little break just after this so that people can get a drink of water and have a stretch, and then we'll come back. So just do a resolution to move to public excluded. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? I think Councillor Reggie was seconded on there. Cool, thank you. So we'll just have a little, we'll do all the stuff we need to do to get to public excluded, and that'll give us a little break. Let's come back at 3:40 and do our public excluded part. Thank you.